Well, this check this.
Good morning. Everyone is kindly requested to be seated. We're starting off in 2 to 3 minutes. A very good morning to esteemed dignitaries, guests, and participants. I would like to give you a warm welcome for towards the second day of the seventh consultative meeting on ease of doing research. I hope you had a fruitful day, one, and you're now ready for another day of insightful discussion, ideas, and collaboration. Let us now begin today's proceeding with the technical session 4 themed Fostering Collaboration and Supporting Mobility. We are privileged to have among us Professor Mahesh Chandra Goval, Director NIT Sikkim, as the moderator of the session. Along with Sir, we also have the gracious presence of esteemed keynote speakers Professor Arup Mishra, Professor Sarit Kumar Chaudhary, Professor Vibha Tandon, Director CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, and Professor Piyush Mehta, Dean Faculty and Research, IIM Kolkata. May I please request the dignitaries to proceed towards the dais? I would now like to request Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil to please take over the proceedings.
Good morning to all of you and my co-panelist. This session is on fostering collaboration and supporting mobility. And this is the second day, first session. And we have nearly 10 minutes to teach each of the panelists for their views on this topic. And then finally, we can have 15 minutes to discuss and finalize the proceedings also. And as far as the collaboration is concerned, I'll take 2-3 minutes to just set a tone. So collaboration, we talk a lot as well as the mobility also. So collaboration have can have a many dimensions. One, it can be within the country, it can be outside the country, and we do talk a lot about the industry collaboration also. And I think each and every institution signs the MOU with the industries, and we say there should be IIC cell and there should be an active collaboration with the industry. And the main purpose of having industrial collaboration is probably developing the final product and to contribute to Make in India initiative of the government of India. And because now we also are talking about the Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat, so I think these things becomes more important for all the institutions. And probably we have to make the industry collaboration more active. So one is collaboration we have to look for, and the second is the mobility. So mobility in terms of the again, when you do have a collaboration, then teamwork is something which is important when we talk about the research, innovation, creativity, or the product development. And we talk a lot about this research should be a real sort of a research where the product can be delivered, or we can have the more and more patents, right? Indian patents rather. So all these things sometimes mobility is also important, because when the people meet and you have the people from different disciplines or different dimensions, then probably you can have a truly multidisciplinary research and innovation. So we are also talking about the multidisciplinary right education, and it's not, and the education is basis is we want that we should be finally training our youth to develop the products. So that is probably the final agenda. And I do believe that if we can really support the students, especially the research and innovation in the institution, by fostering this collaboration and allowing more and more mobility for the not only student, for the faculty and staff also, that is also important. So probably we need more funds and more resources to support all these activities. So all these dimension has to be looked into, and what can be an effective way by which we can really leverage on these two issues and can contribute to what we are thinking by this 2047 Viksit Bharat, a developed country. So that is important. With this, I open this discussion to my panelist. So may I request first ma'am Viva Tandon to please.
Yes, by this button, next button, this. Yes. Very good morning. I would like to introduce myself. I am professionally a teacher and scientist, have been faculty for almost 27 years in Delhi University and then moved to JNU. And from last almost 2 years, I'm heading Indian Institute of Chemical Biology, which is a CSIR institution, and it has two campuses in Calcutta, that is the Jadavpur and Salt Lake. So, and as you see that the name of institution is Indian Institute of Chemical Biology. On the onset, I would like to thank NITI-AYOG for giving me opportunity to come here and talk to all of you and being a part of such an august gathering. So now I'm coming to the topic which has been given to us is fostering collaboration and supporting mobility. So as you know, I'm a professor, so I'm presenting it in a very different manner, and I hope you all will bear with me. I am presenting it as immune cell, which is actually being a part of the whole body, and how it is free to move all over the body, and it is interacting with all antigen which is presented to it and interact and gives you all the signaling, and that is how the physiology works. So what I'm trying to tell you that we have a R&D system in which we have the mobile T cells like researchers, scientists, innovators. We have the antigen presenting cells like local academic institutions or the state labs. I'm more talking about the state labs and the local academic institutions because a lot of things have been talked about the big institutions or the institutions of eminence yesterday, but I thought I will go for the simpler and smaller institutions also here. Then we have an immune synapse. We can have an immune synapse in terms of the research MOUs, joint projects, knowledge exchange, policy signals, funding schemes, grants. And if you talk about the lymphatic network, which actually maintain your whole physiology, the research ecosystem, that requires the research mobility platform and the fellowship networks. Now, it is actually a slide which is so you can see here that we have a patrolling central police which is patrolling all the time in the cells, and it engages itself with the peripheral security system, and it also engages with the societal problems, that is the health environment. And that is how what we can do, that we can enable our researchers, young researchers, very young. I'm talking from I am also talking about the master's students also, or the MTech students, or there. So they also do MSc by research. They also do 6 months or 1 year the research projects over there. So from there, if we really allow these master's students to move around the bigger institutions, those facilities are there, but they are at a very small scale. They are available there, and they move across the geographies and disciplines, collaborate dynamically to solve complex societal problems. So if they are moving and they are being trained by the bigger institutions, they will come back to their own area, own institution, and they will be from very beginning have a mindset of research over there. Now, and they will also have a mindset of collaboration from very beginning. Now, if you talk about the coordinating central research labs with the teaching, heavy universities, barriers and breakthroughs. So if I talk about the barrier, we have there are heavy teaching load and misaligned incentives. How can I break it? That we can buy out few credits or release time, include collaborations in appraisals. It should be taken over in the appraisals itself. Administrative frictions are there, like slow MTAs, DTAs, and MOUs. Single window portal, templated MOUs, MTAs, 7 to 14 day SLA with e-signature is there. Say we all handle e-file, but we are also several times are called to handle the sign on the hard files also. Then the third barrier I take, unequal access to the facilities oblique instrument time. Open across access the course subsidized slots for partner campuses, transparent booking. When I say here partner campuses, the point is this, that okay, we have an access system, we have the DST has make a iSTEM, where it is there, that where you have to put your equipment on there and anybody can book online. But what happens actually, that when the outside institution or the outside anybody wants to book it, the slots are not given, or it is always shows booked. But if you make it a partner campuses means, like very recently, I think because of the recommendation of several academicians, this hub and spoke model was taken by the ANRF, and that kind of a partner campuses, if it is identified that okay, there is an IIT Guwahati and all NITs are the part of it, and even the state universities of the Assam are the part of it, that would be a really thing. And then if it is a partner campuses, then there should be some priority should be given over there. Then the skill gaps and the mentorship bottlenecks. If we co-mentor PhD, there is a co-mentoring of the PhDs already in existence from several years, but that co-mentoring is not actually a co-mentoring, it is only for the providing the names over there. But that is not my point. My point is actual co-mentoring, that with several international universities, they provide us that our students go there for 1 year and then they come back. Similarly, if we have the short residency period, shared methods training, the methodologies over there, I'm talking about the core portion, because advanced portions will be taught by several others who will be there. So then the fourth barrier is the data silos, incompatible formats and governance. So if we can have say data is available there, but nobody is ready to share. They say it is in open access, but it is not there. So similarly, the IP credit concerns, we can pre-agreed IP and authorship clauses and contribution dashboards, clear escalations. If we really take the PhD registered students from universities and remote state lab, and we train them in central labs in compulsory manner for 6 to 12 months, and then infuse it in the well-trained the state in the small university, and then a state PhD student and remote state lab, and then disseminate this. That is how we can disseminate this training to other students who can really leverage to state labs and the universities also. We have the, for examples, if we have certain researchers which should be enabled to move across the geographies and disciplines, collaborating dynamically to solve complex societal problems. If they have, for example, if the state labs have certain societal, are there in a particular lab or in a particular state, they define the societal problem, they go to the central laboratory, and then they interact with the higher scientist, and after that they create a problem and they try to solve it over there. That would be a better thing. I'm also proposing here that because they're everywhere, local institutions, they convert regional problems into ready-to-solve research briefs, routing the right team, methods, and partners to each. I mean to hear that actually what happened, that somebody is trying to solve the problem, somebody is trying to look into the problem, somebody is trying to look into the disease, which is a state-specific or any problem, but they really do not know what is the problem. And if you train anybody who is locally over there, then it would be really a better way of interacting it. Now, that if you really try to, because there is no time, so I'm not talking about the left side, I'm only talking about the right side of my slide. So similarly, like if we have the joint labs, I'm not talking about the joint MOUs. I'm directly talking about the joint labs. Can we have a lab in ISEB and can we have a lab in Assam University, which is a joint lab over there? Can we have the joint MOUs, cross-institutional PhD guidance I already talked about, or translational consortia? Translation consortia exist even today also, but it only exists between the already enabled researchers, but the unenabled researchers are not the part of it. So if we can really take them from very beginning, that would be a real change maker. We can always take artificial intelligence into part of that. So I'm proposing here that the National Research Knowledge Graph, that is the, I still have 1 or 2 minutes in, yeah. So I'll finish in 2 minutes. So it's kind of if we talk about the National Research Knowledge Graph, so we can have a AI linked database that unifies people. I tell you what happened. There is a project which is being done by CSR also, ICMR also, and DBT also, and that maybe at the same place, even in the Calcutta or even in the Delhi, 5 different labs are doing the problem of the same problem, but they don't know each other, and they are working in the silos, and maybe even their objectives are also similar, but they are working in the silos, and if they come together through the AI link database, and if the government of India tell them, I would say push them to work together, it will be a really wonderful way of bringing together to the people. And that will be a kind of aim of the fostering collaborations and the movement. Multimodal AI that converts SOPs, videos into stepwise equipment-aware checklist, unit conversions, safety checks, QC flags, and run log capture for reproducibility. Open facilities and instrument exchanges, mobility and talent exchange marketplace, collaboration matchmaker and auto MOUs. So matchmaking is also very, very important, and we are not able to really successful in the matchmaking. So we have to do the matchmaking, and this should go up to the grassroots level rather than only going to some of the national laboratories or maybe only the central laboratories. AI-based preparation and reviewer panel list. Without biasness for fair grant approval, grant progress assessment, we should have a AI-based reviewer panel list. We can always have the intra and interstate collaboration, multi-institutional platforms, industry, academia, government. We can have a triple helix synergy, industry, academia, and government to work together. Although these kind of institutions are there, these kind of grants are there, and mainly BIREC is there now. Other say grant networks are coming over there, but they are very small, and very small numbers can come under that, where the triple helix kind of a synergy can be possible. If you have the support, if you want to support the research mobility across the geography, there are mobility grants are there, but if the institution itself is enabled to provide their own scientists to do the mobility, then it will be better. Mobility across disciplines and the international exposures, then simplifying admin processes, shared infrastructure, capacity building and digital access. And then the disparity in, and there is a huge disparity in R&D infrastructure, which we have to make similar all over the country. Democratizing access in strategies for India's sustainable innovation pipeline. And the third one is the capacity building and digital access. I can talk to you later during the discussion, which are not given over here. But I would like to say here that if we really want to strengthen the research, we have to, and if we have to make tell our researchers that you have to go under the translation, we have to start it at the post-graduation level itself. We can introduce certain courses there itself in the masters, which is regarding the IP, regulatory system, how can you do the advanced research, and this can be only few courses of say 2 credits or 3 credits that will give them a scenario or the picture, and even when you are promoting the scientist, you can take it in the consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very relevant points have been raised by you, and we'll discuss during the discussion time. Now I request Dr. Arup Mishraji, former director, Assam SNT Council, and Chairman Pollution Control Board Assam, please.
Yeah, yes. Coming there. So, very good morning. Given the time constraint, I'd not like to elaborate upon anything. Just a few points I'd like to flag off. People here are quite experienced, knowledgeable. Rather, I would say now I feel like a fish out of water. Amongst all the active academicians, I have become an administrator about 10 years back. Teaching in an engineering college and getting training from Assam and IIT Kanpur on chemical engineering, specifically on environmental issues. I was 25 years or so in the teaching profession, R&D, but now for last 10 years, as mentioned by the chair, moderator, that I was director of science technology, and now presently for last 4 years, I'm the chairman of the Assam Pollution Control Board. But we also come across a lot of issues which are basically like, uh, we also have a lot of issues where interdisciplinary research is required. Pollution control boards have undergone rapid change in the country. We have our regional laboratories. We have our in Guwahati head office laboratory. A lot of scientists and engineers have to work there because the type of activities that we do is changing. Therefore, interdisciplinary research programs is the first point that is already Madam has shown how it is so important for us. Resource sharing. When you talk about institutions or of higher learning, etc., you have a lot of like different tiers. If you go to IISc Bangalore or IIT Kanpur or any of the IITs, you'll feel that most of the country's resources equivalent to 100 universities or colleges getting is given by only one laboratory. I was in Kanpur IIT last month because we had a postgraduate reunion. The type of techno park they have developed, type of medical school coming up there with 500 seats is really mind-boggling. So you talk about government support, you talk about self-generation of resources, etc. There is a lot of disparity in the country. That has to be also addressed too. If you think that uniformly from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, the country has to develop in that matter. Industry academia partnership, I need not tell you about that. It's a very well-known topic now. Collaborative funding that we have seen during the COVID times. After COVID, how various countries, 8, 9 countries came together to find that vaccine, COVID vaccine. You can see that entire example. And community engagement is very important here. Conference symposia are occurring, happening everywhere. Shared academic programs and international partnerships. Regarding mobility, what is most important today? Every student has a dream. They come to the institution here. Yesterday, I was talking to a girl student from Tata Institute of Social Science. TIS Mumbai has now a campus in Guwahati also, right? So that TIS student was telling me, sir, from Pollution Control Board of Assam, have you got any fellowship or scholarship? I want to go to X or Y, this place. Unfortunately, we don't have such programs. We have some programs. I will show in the last slide what we have done since last year, but it is not adequate. A lot of children have got dreams in this digital era. They are at par with almost all students across the world. They know how students in other countries are moving from here to there. They know the R&D scenario of Germany. They know the R&D scenario of USA or Europe. So like that, they have a lot of dreams. But are we able to fulfill those dreams in terms of giving them research mobility, exposure, etc., etc.? That's the question to be asked. Faculty exchange program is nothing new. It has been going on for a long time. I myself was beneficiary in the engineering college when I was teaching in the sub-engineering college of this faculty exchange programs, and we were sent to various places like that. Short-term mobility is a data collection or field work, as you can see. use of specialized facilities or laboratories, exchange of ideas and methodologies, and strengthening institutional partnerships. Institutional partnership is something where I think we have come a long way. Already, like many mentoring institutions are there. Every major institution takes up some places. Think about the smallest denomination. I know of many colleges in Assam who are very good grade colleges, A double plus, A single plus under NAC. They are trying to mentor the local institutions, higher secondary schools nearby. 8 or 10 schools they pick up and they do it. Starting from that level up to the highest level in the universities and IITs, you have this sort of like mentoring partnerships. So basically, I see these factors for successful collaboration. There should be institutional commitment and alignment. We have a lot of vice chancellors, a lot of academicians in this group. So agreements or MOUs are being signed, and we need to sign in this matter. Clarity of purpose and roles. It's not just sharing money or giving grants or doling out some projects. It's also about curriculum design, student support, funding, logistics, etc. Reciprocity is very important. Support and infrastructure, flexibility and adaptability. In the same line, with the factors for collaboration, you also have cultural sensitivity and local context. People from Northeast will understand this better than any part of India. Because here, every 20 kilometers, the language dialect changes. Every 50 kilometers, culture changes. People from the mainland India who have not traveled to Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Manipur, etc., will not be able to realize how cultural sensitivity and local context also defines the way R&D is done or cross-cultural interactions are being done here. Sustainability and scaling is very important. And lastly, evolution and continuous learning. Continuous learning is something which we have been hearing since our childhood. There is no end to learning. Once you are in the academics, you are always in the academics, like that, so on and so forth. Now, this has to be given a real shape. This is the example I told you. Human Genome Project. I have 2 minutes more. Thank you. 3 minutes more. Fine. Human Genome Project. It's a global university consortium decoded human DNA. We all know about that. At that moment in 2000 AD, the Y2K year, I was a senior fellow in DST Government of India. For 3.5 years, I worked there. And in that time, it was a real, global celebration. The Human Genome Project code has been decoded. And then we saw the CERN collaboration, discovery of Higgs boson through joint physics research. These revolutionized medicine and fundamental science. In rapid response of global crisis, I already mentioned earlier how Oxford-AstraZeneca partnership accelerated COVID-19 vaccine development and how global health networks shared research data and expertise worldwide have saved millions of lives through research academic action. These are the examples where industry and academia really came together. Sustainable solutions and clean energy, MIT-Stanford collaboration is today a very important example. European University Alliances. In open learning, you get edX, MIT and Harvard. UNESCO University Networks. In global and social impact research, you get joint centers on equity and peace studies and cross-continental research consortia. Since my basic grounding and my life started as a teacher, although I'm in administration now, I have never stopped learning in this way wherever possible. Through any platform, maybe MOOC's platform, maybe other platform, I've always been actively involved. And I tell my people in the office also, all my engineers, scientists and other staff, that you have to improve yourself. You have to learn. If you stop learning, it's like a death before you die. This is the last slide. Assam Pollution Control Board. I do not know how many in the country has done this. Last year, we sent 60 undergraduate students of Assam to 9 countries and 13 universities with proper MOU. People said in the state, we have so many universities, colleges, government, why you are doing? I said, I'm a teacher, so it is my duty. We spoke to the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam. He gave us the funding. We have a partnership institution. That fellow is present here. Mr. Prakash Singh, who is from EduPac. Can you stand up, please? Young engineer from NIT Silchar, who has helped me, the Pollution Control Board Assam, to send 60 children who have not seen Bangalore, Calcutta, Delhi also in their life from rural Assam, who had gone to Croatia, Serbia, UK, Portugal, and whatnot. So this is a real game changer now. Every institution in India, in Assam, especially pollution control boards, are asking me, how did you do it? I said the chief minister was helpful. We got the funding. Universities were very helpful to us abroad. So we could do it with help of Prakash. We could send these children with mentorship and guidance. And this will now become double. This year we are targeting 100 plus, not 60, because many colleges were left out last year. So this is something which we need to do now. Only being matured and going to the university as professors and teachers is not sufficient. If you talk about mobility, if you talk about cross-cultural research, if you talk about multidisciplinary research, you have to start from the grassroots level. Undergrad students in zoology, botany, microbiology, chemical, civil, mechanical engineering last year we took, and we have made a huge, remarkable difference in the psychology of the students. Now everybody is trying to get this type of facilities. Thank you very much for your time and attention. With this, I finish on time and hope that this type of NITI-AYOG's deliberations will go on in future as well. I was least expecting that I will be called to such a forum now because I am out of teaching. But Ashok Sonkosre, who is a good friend of mine, he knew me from my days in engineering college, and as director of science technology, he invited me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for your words. I think you are absolutely correct. We have to facilitate the students as well as the researchers across the institutions, and I hope this will happen in time to come, and we are looking forward that the research culture will really grow up in all the institutions. Thank you. Now I request Professor Sarit Kumar Chaudhary ji, Vice Chancellor, Alipurdwar University, Alipurdwar.
No. Should I keep it? Okay. Once again, good morning to all of you. Esteemed chairperson, distinguished speakers in the dais, representative of different institutional leaders from India's Northeast, as well as many institutions based in Bengal, and the participants who are right now in this session. Let me introduce myself. That I'm Shorit Chaudhary. Basically, I'm an anthropologist, worked in India's Northeast for more than 30 years, and also headed a national museum which is located in Bhopal. And that's the biggest national museum in our country, built on 200 acres of land. And for the last few months, I have joined in a newly established university in the West Bengal called Alipurdwar University, which is in fact the gateway for Northeast or the Assam. So let me at the beginning ensure that I didn't have any kind of an PPT. So whatever I want to briefly and broadly want to share, that I'll do it within this stipulated time frame, not exceeding definitely the 10 minutes which is allotted for us. Let me begin with a reference of Professor Andre Bethe, who is still alive. Some of you must have heard his name. He was earlier the member of the Knowledge Commission. Later on, of course, he resigned. But I think in the context of our country, of our time, he is one of the leading intellectuals who could deliver across the disciplinary frame. So in 2014, Professor Andre Bethe wrote a book which was published by Oxford University Press, and the title of the book was Universities at the Crossroad, where he was basically talking about that in our post-independent situation, what was the agenda of our nation state in the formation or establishment of various universities, and what role they were performing in the making of our nation state. But in the process, time and again, what he was harping in the book, the center of his focus was that a university must have an universal approach. But at the same time, perhaps an university must have a much more focus on the area where, as an institution, it is located, which ultimately means that university must contribute in the life of the community where it is located. So taking this essence from Professor Andre Bethe, I'll say that what we are trying to discuss here in terms of using R&D, in terms of accelerating the scientific research, at the end of the day, it must have an impact on the life of the common people of our country. We cannot forget the demographic reality and the paradoxes within which our everyday nuances of life is negotiated. I don't intend to talk about what is collaboration, what about the general objectives of such collaboration, or the question of mobility, or why collaborate, who are the stakeholders of such collaboration. Definitely we know in terms of the stakeholders or the participants, it's the academics, institutions, which may be university, which may be different scientific institutions, the industries, definitely, which since yesterday so many times we have repeated. But I think there is another important stakeholder is the question of the community. And I like to emphasize on this dimension of engagement of the community in terms of collaboration. I am not talking about in terms of any kind of negative idea in terms of the high-end research or the cutting-edge research which we are talking about since yesterday. That has to be part of the reality in the context of the political economy of the world where we are surviving. I may be a little bit anecdotal in the sense of talking about a collaboration which we initiated within the Rajiv Gandhi University in Arunachal. That's the lone central university. It was with the British Museum, SOA School of Oriental and African Studies. Some of you must be aware of the government of Arunachal the NGO based in Arunachal, and the communities who remains our target group. It was a 5 years collaborative event funded by ESRC based in UK. Almost 20 years back, I'm talking about 5 crore project, which has led to, it is not in relation to R&D, but it has led to a kind of an impact in terms of the community involvement, which is, I think, quite paramount in the context of the state itself. There are huge mobility in terms of the community members. I remember we have our first methodological workshop in Italy, Rockefeller Foundation Institute, for 5 days, where community members also joined. And then it continued for 5 years. And today we have large number of international collaboration in terms of research within the Rajiv Gandhi University itself. The second point which I try to make here, looking at my location in the context of the new university, one of my colleagues from the Darjeeling Hill University is also here, that I'll urge to the NITI-AYOG to build up some kind of an policy frame in relation to the newly evolved universities across the cultural and political boundaries of our nation states. Now, for example, the Kharagpur IITs or many of the eminent scientific institutions, representative of the leaders of which are here right now, generally they look for equal partner or international collaboration, which we are talking about. I know because of my presence and personal relation, if I approach to Madam, who is right now from the IIT Kharagpur, to set the tune in terms of the science department of our university, she may extend help in terms of her good gesture. But unless these issues are taken within the policy frame, we have to be always dependent on the sweet will of the leaders of the institutions. So please, NITI Aayog can extend in terms of their policy frame such kind of an initiative. Then I don't know how they will categorize. They may have a time frame in terms of, say, within the last 10 years, the
I think,
institutions.
Professor Chaudhary, we can have a discussion later.
Okay.
So you can summarize.
Okay. I'll also look for, again, looking at the kind of resources, the Alipurduar or the Duars, it is known for its huge resource potential in terms of tea, in terms of tourism. Multiple national parks are there. There are multiple heritage sites also. So looking at the context of the resources and the institutions, if we can plan a kind of an collaboration with the eminent institutions and the institutions who are just initiated their lifespan within the larger academic spheres, I think that will be a great impetus for all of us who represents our newly developed institution with all kinds of teething problem. I'll end up here. I could have made some other points also, but I'll end up saying that again back to the demography and the question of the rural mass or the issues concerning the rural mass of our population, I think there should be a much more focused collaboration in terms of science, social science, or other disciplines looking at the potentialities of the rural technology. What we today try to perceive in terms of the Indian knowledge system, I think that can be a potential area to think of in terms of collaboration where various institutes which are relevant in the context can hold hands with the institutions like us, and perhaps that can help us in terms of achieving what we are uh, targeting in relation to our imagination of Viksit Bharat 20 years down the lane. Once again, thanks to all of you individually and collectively for being part of this session and sharing wonderful thoughts, which is really, really beneficial for the new institutional leaders like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. Yes, I think we all are discussing a lot about the local as well as the global problems, and we have to find a solution. So definitely, if we sit all together, we will find some good solutions. With this, I now request Professor Piyush Mehtaji, Dean, Faculty and Research, IIM Kolkata, to kindly give his views.
There's only one slide, so no need to slide. So good news is that there is no slide changer requirement. There's only one slide. So thank you, NITI-AYOG and the organizing team. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to discuss these issues, and I must also compliment them that. How do you get the slide? There is some secret sauce I think they have that they got the timing so right. There's a
wrong with it now. Technical issue.
Okay, I think I can speak because I can see, so that's okay. So, okay, let's not waste. Perhaps we are already out of time, so we can start. So, I think what I was saying is that they got the timing so much right that earlier this week, the Nobel Prize in Economics was on. Some of you would have read that it was on the economics, technology, and innovation-led growth. So I think they are asking the right questions, and not just the right questions, but they are also asking at the right time. So one of the things which is happening again in terms of timing of all these discussion, that conversation that is happening around us. So a lot of geopolitics and disruptions are affecting us. So Trump keeps us very busy, all of us very busy. I'm sure they keep NITI-AYOG also very busy. And so this entire decoupling and de-risking of supply chains globally is resulting into newer supply chain capabilities, the need to create newer capabilities. And hence the backward integration is that then we also need newer R&D capabilities and R&D models, which is what is the focus of this particular agenda. So I would just build upon some of the points that my colleagues, starting from Professor Tandon and then also Professor Mishra. So I will not reiterate those points, but they very rightly said that some of these are very tactical interventions, and most of them are also being done as we speak. For example, yesterday Professor Singh was talking about how they are trying to create a central portal for applications and for ease of even applying for those grants and those processes. So that, of course, is a very timely recognition of the problems and interventions by government and agencies like NITI-AYOG. But What can also perhaps be done in a very as a tactical and short to medium term is something like so we have this. So 10 years back, when we were discussing this, we said there are innovations based on clusters. India startups don't have cluster ecosystems, and that is one big restraint. But that is changing, of course, in last decade or so. That's clusters have emerged. A lot of institutes have now startups, research parks, and so on. So that is one aspect. But I think we also need the backward clusters or the upstream and the downstream clusters, where we are yet to mature. And this is where some of the policy interventions can really help. Which means that we talk about product supply chains, but we can also look at the supply chain of to do a procurement as a dean for a small innocuous thing. The biggest fear is how am I audit compliant or not? I'm sure many of these startups also who are grappling with product uncertainties and their own R&D wrestles, they don't have those expertise of how do we create those procurement processes or which enable, of course, better science and curiosity. So uh, that I think is something that we need to focus on. That can we create a system where even supply chains of R&D ecosystems are strengthened, and it could be in several ways, right from the upstream side, common suppliers or vendors, and tackling the scaling problem that most of these startups suffer from. Also, as she used the right word, misaligned incentives, which again is in different forms. So, for example, as an academic institute, we are always looking at the NIRF rankings. One of those parameters in those rankings is the number of publications. Whereas, so that of course leads us to a race towards the bottom in terms of quality. We don't recognize quality and we run after quantity. Now, quantity is important, but there is a zero-sum game, which means I can only win if other is willing to lose. Our faculty, of course, everywhere in all institutes have very limited energy, resources, time, and so on. So if we run after quantity, we are sacrificing a huge impactful research, and that, of course, again impacts the R&D ecosystem. So while there will be good incentives for quantity, but if we can have, again, as a suggestion, that disproportional uh, weightage on high quality, that if there is an institute which is focusing on quality, we do recognize. And that, of course, then creates the, see, it's all feed into each other. The R&D process is all, there's enough evidence in the history, which is what this Nobel Prize earlier this week also suggested, that they all feed into each other. So a good R&D process will only be enabled when we have the outcomes also. So if quality-driven outcome is not there, then we cannot expect a high degree of R&D. Um, in this room itself, there are two of my colleagues who are here. Professor Sangamitra is there from ISI and IIT Kharagpur, deputy director also. So we have a good template that collaborations can work. It's a challenge though. IIM Calcutta, along with IIT Kanpur and IIT Madras, was the first institute to have an inter-institutional program, which now, of course, we have another program with IIT Kharagpur and ISI Calcutta. But there we realize that collaborations, of course, will enable us to have successful, impactful outcomes. It's also a challenge at the same time. It's not easy for institutes to come together and offer joint programs. So again, if the R&D ecosystem is incentivized that you create collaborations, that of course will be a good outcome for us. And there is enough evidence, again, so much of, I mean, AI, we cannot leave AI in our discussion. But if you look at AI itself, to learn how collaborations can exist, a firm which is right now at the peak of all this conversation is OpenAI, which is all into having open sourcing collaborative models of machine learning, and that is why they were able to achieve so much. Firms which could not do so, I mean, one of the giants in this technology ecosystem is Apple, which is way behind the AI race now. In spite of its great product-led innovations, one of the criticism of Apple is that they could not leverage the benefits of AI as much as the NVIDIAs of the world could do, because they were not very open. Apple always works in silos. So this session is about silos to collaboration. So here is a glaring example of a firm which is so much ahead of the game, still now lacking because of its inward-looking culture, that it could not really win the AI race. So which means this collaboration is very inevitable in our ecosystem. And finally, in the last 1 minute or so on that, we have been talking more about the tactical interventions, and which of course is the right thing to do as a short to medium term. But if you think about it as an overall strategic problem, that why we are a little bit behind, or our aspirations are not getting fulfilled, is because of as a society also our risk appetite is very low, especially when it comes to education. We want a safe career for our next generation. We don't take risk as much as the developed economies have taken. It's not easy, of course. This is not a very easy solution, but it is about the mindset. And unless you have very disruptive mindset, which is this creative destruction was the Nobel Prize on, then I think the R&D ecosystem will not be very impactful. We of course will make progress. We are making progress, and this is why, because we're not used to the culture for failure, especially in education. We can't take risky bets unless you have a good score in JEE or whatever the entrance exams for other higher undergrad systems, science or engineering or medicine. Unless we have unless we come out of that mindset of those kind of exams or assessments which create good managers or engineers or scientists and so on, this problem from a strategic point of view will remain for some time. That's of course for a longer term thought process. Earlier this week I was reading that CBSE is perhaps trying to introduce AI in class 3. I'm not sure that that's a great idea, because these are all bubbles and facts. But if suppose instead of AI, if the R&D or the innovation culture is introduced very early in the school or other curriculum, which perhaps can be tied up with the enormous flexibility that NAP provides, I think that could perhaps look at some of the strategic aspects of our missing link. I'll stop here. Of course, I don't want to give more stress to Professor Goel. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pius. So I think very right points have been raised during the discussions, and probably we all know, and discussing at the institution level many issues related to how really we can go for active collaboration as well as support mobility. And apart from the collaboration, we do have a collaboration with various institutions, as I said earlier, but the active collaboration is really missing, as Professor Piyush has already told. Something is happening, of course. The IMs are also coming and they are signing MOUs and providing opportunity for the students. But we have to, I think, motivate somewhere the students also. I can give you one instance in NIT Sikkim, the IM Vishakhapatnam has signed an MOU, and they said will permit the third year students to come for the MBA degree, will give them the PGDM. And then after final year, we can again ask them to come for 1 year and we'll give them the complete IM degree. But to surprise, not a single taker is there. So I think somewhere these problems has to be also addressed, because students, I think probably mindset is only getting jobs. So that mindset has to go, and as Professor Piyush has so told, this innovative and creativity has to inculcate it from the school level. That is really very important. I also believe that AI is not something which you have to teach at a primary level. Even then, I think it's not necessary to teach even at the 10th level, 10th standard also. AI is something they will learn when they come to the professional body. Of course, we can't survive with AI. This is for sure. And for this, I think most of the IITs, NITs, and even in the IM have started AI introduced across all the branches. Machine learning in AI is becoming part of all the curriculum. Right? It's not only now the for computer science and information technology, or maybe for electronics. So that is there. So we can leverage the AI, but apart from the AI, there are, I think, the more important issues which probably need a discussion, but we don't have time, because this is a time for the next session. So if we can take 5 minutes and can invite some questions from the audience, that would be better.
Good morning. Myself, Dr. Shikha Thakur. I am HOD of Dermatology in Nigrim, Shillong, and also the Subdean Research in Nigrim, Shillong. I am very grateful to all the speakers for their deliberations, especially to Madam Professor Tandon. I was mesmerized, ma'am, the way you have shown the APCs, the way you have shown the T cells, and how they can be really related to R&D. And I'll need your permission, madam, because when I'll be teaching my MD students, I'll surely use this model, and I will tell them that Professor Tandon has taught us like that. So thank you so much, ma'am. I'm really happy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any question?
Hello. So myself Dr. Taraknath Kundu, and I'm an organic chemist, and currently I'm an Dean RNC at NIT Sikkim. And same to her, like my question to Professor Tandon. So for last 2 days, yeah, that's right. That's why I introduced myself also. So I know that. So, ma'am, from 2 days, and we are all here aware of the infrastructure disparity, and you also rightly talked about it. And one important, interesting point I noted here was you talked about joint labs, and since you have a very strong departments in chemistry and of course biology also. So how can you help us with this kind of programs? Say for example with NIT Sikkim and our chemistry department, say for example, and some other smaller institutions represented from the Northeast.
Yeah, so what I need to So what I really want to say here that I can tell you that what was being told by for the IIT Kanpur, similar, because I was at one point of time at the IIT Kanpur also. So joint lab, what I mean to say that CSR ICB has several facilities. Okay, and if we just have like this, that I have a central chemistry lab, which is actually say it is not very difficult. It looks like that it is very difficult. We can manage it through the say remote also. And I'm not saying that I'll do experiments for you, but those joint labs, CSR should allow us to allow some of the universities, NITs, Assam. I have been even to the Nagaland also, I tell you. They don't know about the facilities of the India. They don't call India sometimes if you go to their meetings. So what I'm trying to tell you that if from very beginning those should be established, I as a director should be allowed to create a joint lab which will be shared between the 6 institutions, and those 6 institutions are well defined from very beginning. I don't have to go back and take a approval from the DGCSIR and say please give me approval because I am giving this. So that kind of a joint lab facility is there. So if we can do, that was my joint lab facility word was there. And remote I used because I know we cannot do experiments by the remote. But actually I would like to understand that if somebody is doing some experiments over there, can we really monitor it? Is it possible to monitor it? And if there are certain labs which are not wet lab, can we really remotely monitor it? I'm not talking about the bioinformatics and chem informatics. There are some other material labs also can be taken care of. So that is one thing which I was trying to tell you. And the another thing is the shared facility. We do say that the facility is shared. Whenever I apply for the FIST or PERS program or any national facility, what I do that I collect the projects from everybody and I show it the national facility, but it is not a national facility. We all know it, fine. We have to have an open way that I have given 25% of the time to the NIT Rourkela, and that 5% of the time, until unless NIT Rourkela will give me in writing that I will not use it, I will not allow anybody else to use it. So that's what I was trying to tell. And with the permission of the chairperson, one small thing, I know I've taken very much time and he's not happy with me. A very small thing that, see, because we have to take, if you say yesterday somebody showed 5 steps. One gentleman from from FICCI has shown. And if we not train our students, if we not train young scientists about what is translation, and it is not, I'm not saying make them translator. The only thing, give them courage to think about the translation from very beginning. Assistant professor should know what is the translation. And I'm not saying you do IP transfer, you do, just tell them what is the translation. How can they really pack their protein in such a way that the industry, when asked for those say data, that data is ready for them. They don't have to go back and create that data. So that's what only I am saying. And those courses were there earlier in the master's program. Now they have been abolished. Maybe 10 years before they have been taken care. We say MSc by research. Why cannot 6 months we can say that you have to do the translation? We say you do Karmi Yogi platform training. Why don't we say that you do IPN, say other portfolios, you try to do those 6 months course, then I'll give you the B grade to C grade or D grade. So such things I was telling. Sorry, sir. Very sorry.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, I think this should be the last question because we already taken more time.
Yeah, just I wanted to very quickly supplement what Professor Tandon said. There is a model called CNRS model, and few years back we discussed at the national level, which suggests that there could be a laboratory where the faculties are researchers from CNRS, from university, from industry, and all will be paid by their respective organizations, but the lab will focus on one specific uh, motto and name. So that kind of model, if it is evolved, it will be really good.
Okay, thank you. So I think we end this session with this, and I really thank all my co-panelists for expressing their views. And I believe we can come out with some actionable points, and we'll send it to the NITI-AYOG. So that we'll do. Okay, thank you.
As we conclude this session, I would like to As we conclude this session, I would like to request Professor Goval to kindly felicitate the keynote speakers as a token of our appreciation for their sharing knowledge. May I now request Professor Shubhendu Shekhar Bagh to kindly felicitate Professor Goval as a token of our gratitude. Why is this not working? ये काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा?
This program.
We now proceed towards the technical session 5 entitled Measuring Ease of Doing Research and Development. We are privileged to have among us Professor Krishnan Bhaskar, Director IIIT Manipur, as the moderator of the session. Along with Sir, we are honored to have the esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Mohan V. Aware, Director, National Institute of Technology, Arunachal Pradesh, Dr. V.M. Tiwari, Director, CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, Jorhat, Professor Devashish Chaudhary, Professor DST, Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology, Guwahati. I request all the dignitaries to be present in the dais. Done. Somebody submit to comment. Please leave right now. Wrong for me.
दादा एक मिनट नहीं रहना थोड़ी देर के लिए वो स्विच करते हैं तो भाई नहीं तो पिछले
May I now request Professor Krishnan Bhaskar to take over the session.
ऑफ कर देगा प्रेजेंटेशन ये ऑन है. Yeah, good morning to everyone and welcome back to the second session of the second day. And as already introduced, during this session we'll be talking about what are the measuring parameters of ease of doing research and development. And I think since yesterday we have been talking about the ease of doing. And if you say that if you are doing easily the research, and how do you measure that you are doing the measuring parameters? I think there are so many parameters, and then I do not want to tell about my views of measuring ease of doing R&D. And let us listen to our panelist. And we have very distinguished panelists, Professor Mohan Aware, the Director of NIT Arunachal. We have Dr. V.M. Tiwari, the Director CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, Jorhat. And we have Professor Devashish Chaudhary, the Professor DST Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology. I think one of the important parameter of measuring ease of doing R&D is time management. I request my panelists to stick to the time and then keep up that first parameter which is very important parameters. And therefore, I think the time is about 8 minutes presentation and 2 minutes to conclude. And I do not want to intervene and then make the speaker to feel bad about me. I will give free hand, but restrict yourself to 8 minutes plus 2 minutes. Now I request Professor Mohan V. Aware to present his views. Yeah.
Good morning to all of you. It's really a forum wherein we are looking for an impact, wherein R&D is now going to make us a developed nation very soon. That is what an objective of. To make it happen, it should be looking into certain parameters which was deliberated before me. Here today, we are looking how we can measure the ease of doing R&D. Now, in my opinion, there is no absolute measuring unit of R&D. So presently, we are looking for some outcome which could be measured in the form of wealth which is created when research and development leads to new product, efficiency of the processes, and economical products which are necessary for our livelihood in India. There are possibilities for getting some disruptions as R&D efforts with few innovative ideas are going to be engaged with. But these disruptions had not come within our country as such. But we are waiting, something definitely is going to be there because R&D efforts are now accelerating. We always talk about the capital invested in R&D by our government or private institutes. However, how much they got benefited or what value it has not been assessed or estimated because a lot of funding has gone and outcome of that, whatever is there, it should be measured so that we should know what efforts we are putting and whether it is going in the right direction or not. So to make it, just to make it a more a platform, I would like to take a small journey wherein certain parameters which are there across the globe that we could check. That is like that data which is impacted because of innovations. That is like a parameter which has been set across the globe is Global Innovative Index. That is GII. So where we stand? India ranked 38th in 2025. While other countries are maintaining or progressing in the ladder, the first country in this ladder is Switzerland. Surprisingly, the manpower, the limited space, and other related resources they pull in with such a small country is maintaining position number 1. So USA is a country wherein we say that a lot of innovations are happening. R&D budget is very high. Still, they could not make it even the first. They are on 3rd rank. So why it is so? That is what I was amazed to see. What kind of R&D they are going to do. A small story I just want to share because before I joined as an academic, I was with the industry, wherein we had a collaboration that is with the Crompton Greaves having an EHV product line that was taken from the technology collaboration from Switzerland. The company who were making those 400 kV transformers having an absolutely perfection, I can say at that time about the technology, that is the story of 1984-85. We have to make a technology transfer which was done by having a collaboration by our company. There they have invested in technology transfer from such country. I was amazed to see each and every process as I am a technical person, as a design executive. Even the skill which is required on the shop floor is very high level, which we could not practice for many days. But however, we try to adopt that one. Apart from many of the engineering processes which should be set, we found very difficult, but we could make it. So we could make it that time. The R&D section of theirs was so strong with a small things which are looked into is so innovative. Even in Indian context, we were unable to make them at the EHV range. That time India was progressing with 400 kV transmission line. So company has made and I have developed, tested and executed many of the orders that time of that particular level, which was successfully running till today. Anyway, there's a story, but the thing is technology which makes a perfection with such a small number of people and the way they were executing is going to be a learning for us. Similarly, you could see that the growth which has been there due to certain kind of inputs from the institutes. One institute, I think yesterday somebody told that the collaboration with ETH Zurich, we refer many of the researchers or research papers which were produced by them. One paper which has been produced, it is having such an excellent impact factor, and I think that is the way they are doing the research, which may not have a quantity but quality at the highest order. I was really fortunate to visit this institute also to see that the man who does this particular thing in my domain, I'm electrical engineer basically. So we have to learn that what kind of quality should go in the research. That is what it was. Then I was looking into the answer, that is the investment or work culture or something else is driving this particular kind of innovation. Certainly, there is a discussion which happened since yesterday. The work culture, the investment, the way that is taken as a challenge, so many things are there that we need to learn. However, we have to see in short period, one country has made within the GII 10th position, that is China. This particular country has taken one small thing as a mission, that is weakness in innovation economy. This term I was trying to understand what is this innovation economy, wherein the weakness they have found out and made today that is one of the greatest contributor in manufacturing. So the thing is, like, we talk so many things about our quality, our performance, our investment. Now you could see that the gross expenditure on research and development by that country, our country, is all the time ranging since last 5-6 years is 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP. However, China has come to this particular position with 2.4% of GDP. Well, that could be money, but thing is the work culture that has been developed by them over a period of time is amazing. Why it is so? It may be driven by some kind of a spirit. The thing is that the country ownership, wherein the involvement of each and everyone, we cannot say that it should start from the school, it should start from somewhere else in the college. No. It is a part and parcel of our society that should see to it that we have to make this country a great, even the plastic pollution cannot be sorted out by us till today. So the thing is, innovations are there, but still we are unable to make it a kickstart in the impact of our R&D in the society. For that one, I was trying to make that our country also has lot many programs, lot many kind of efforts, but it is an open-ended kind of system. DST give funding 3 years time. We take very happily the money which comes to us. We are very happy that we are going to get flexibility in purchasing this equipment, that equipment. I will take 1 minute more, sir. But the thing is, nobody knows what is the worth in the form of money. If the 2 papers are published, we do not know what should be the worth of that particular research that is there. So my sincere effort is there should be a system derived by eminent persons from NITI-AYOG, that what is that investment which we make per PhD, we make 50 lakhs rupees of investment. In my institute, I can compute that one for 4 years. What outcome is only 2 papers in SCI up to that standard, which is NIT requirement basically. But what is the outcome of that 50 lakhs rupees with 2 papers which does not have any value in the market? A patent also is the only just out of all the patents which we have filed, there are only 2% which I got an information. I may be wrong, only 2% patents are convertible. Others are of no use. So what is the use of giving a quantity? Instead of that, there should be rider. What should be the worth value of that research to the institute? Because institute has given everything. We are talking about investment that should come from the government, from the private party. But now something is happening, which is very, very encouraging. That is, I think, everybody might be knowing. It is a IDTA, a formation of India Deep Tech Investment Alliance. This IDTA is leading by the Indians and US investors, Celesta Capital, Excel, and Premji. These are the people who are trying to come together, building the ecosystem of deep tech, irrespective of some of the institute which they don't want, they wanted to build their institute. However, other people who are also interested in doing such kind of thing, like Adani has come to, I think, IIT Kharagpur. He has vouched that he will give some funding for establishing area wherein he wanted to invest in. So such kind of investment is feasible. Only our capacity of delivering the good or outcome of research has to be evaluated with the money that is wealth. Unless and until we create a wealth of knowledge, we are not going to make that particular things to happen. For that, all the system has to be changed. And for that one, in the previous session, what we could see that how to of this country, and they require a lot of equipments and there is no funding to them. And we have got funding and we got equipment, but there is no collaboration. But iSTEM program has started, but that is only for high-end research. But research is not only for the high-end, it should be actually come into the practice with the industry who needs it. Small scale industry need very high level of our input, which is totally neglected. You see the condition of our small scale industries. So where is our investment on the innovation? So therefore, I want this particular 2-3 parameters. That is what I was thinking about. So NITI-AYOG should consider it should be a closed loop. It should be performance driven, and all the institutes should show that invested money is being returned back at least 20% to 40%. So thank you very much for giving me time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mohan Avare. And he touched upon there is no absolute parameters, but it has to be quantified with various parameters. Like one of the point he was emphasizing about return on investments in research. And the other thing is about global innovation index, about not only about the country, but there should be an institutions. And he's talking about the mobility should happen with the best institutions in the world. When there is a good research is happening in your own institution, then only you will have a good collaborations with the rest of the institutions in the world who are doing best research. And he also emphasized upon the inculcating good research culture and work culture among the students and faculty so that we can do a good research. Now we move on to Dr. V.M. Tiwari, the director of CSIR. Let us listen to him. What is his views about measuring ease of doing R&D? Yeah, sir, please.
Okay.
Something useful there.
So sometimes technology enabling itself has hurdle. So yeah. So let me start with very clear message what previous speaker has given, that we are trying to measure which is sometimes is unmeasurable, and I put it in other words that measurements are boundless, limitless, and such kind of quantity when we are talking of measuring the ease of doing science. It's not moving at all. How to move? So can we go to the next slide? So what I tried to do, I took the advantage of the colleagues of the NITI-AYOG's efforts of putting the different thematic discussion topic, and that we have done, and there are several documents where we can see that they are documented what ease of doing science could be. And once we know that what are the problems, what could be the potential solutions, we can always think of some parametric ways by which we can measure that by implementing that, whether there has been an improvement or whether there has not been any improvement going to that. Okay. So for the thematic areas, yes, fine now, thank you. For thematic areas, we know that streamlining process to examine R&D efficiency and productivity. Before I go to all these thematic areas, I must tell that ease of doing science, as we understood from the conversations and discussions we had in last 1.5 days, is that this varies with time as well as the location. The specific thing which is ease of doing science in Delhi might not be applicable in Mizoram or Manipur. And therefore, we need to have very well-defined, articulated plan, which we say, which will ease the conduction of the science. Another point which is as important as when we are talking of ease of doing science is that we should look to the investment, to the kind of people which has been discussed earlier, that what we are hiring and so on. So in the process of maximizing R&D efficiency and productivity, in two columns, what you can see with the reference cited below, you can see that what are the issues which are in the pipeline, what are the proposed solutions, generally different group of peoples worked out, and finally, how do we measure that a quantity which sometimes is really difficult to measure. I am only afraid of one thing, that when we say that ease of doing science and put a document, get it a policy, and then it should not become a kind of a GFR rule interpreted differently by the different group of people, and rather than making ease of science, it is becoming unease of the science. So the measuring indicators can be reduction in the overlapping projects, and as discussed just in previous sessions, that how we talk of the collaborations, how can we bring the people together, how Professor Avares said that the utilization of the resources. So how can we reduce the reduction of the project, interinstitutional collaborations, number of joint patents, private investment in public R&D, commercialization rate. I must talk that when we are talking of measuring the ease of science, we are talking the rate by which the implementation of ease of doing science has made a difference. And average turnout time is much more important when we are talking of the slow regulatory and funding approval cycle. So today, if a project submitted in October is approved by the next year by October, whether by ease of doing science can we drastically bring it down or by making even more longer. Project processed within the stipulated time frame, we must see that can be one of the criteria. And most importantly, satisfaction index, which could be satisfaction of the sponsor and as well as the executors. When are coming to the, again, in the same thematic area of the streamlining process, we can say that average time taken from indenting to installation, this is very, very important for the execution at the institutional level. And this can be one of the criteria to measure that whether the ease of doing science has made difference in the average time of the indenting to installation. Number of research projects, whether they have increased, decreased. Annual R&D grants to, particularly here, I must tell to the Northeast state because we are talking, as I said, that there is a difference between the one location to the another locations in ease of doing science and doing science as well. When we are funded, when we are supported for the upgradation of the laboratories, we can see that numbers, how many numbers have been upgraded, and researchers to the population ratio, retention rate, and so on. These all are in the percentage. The other thematic area where we have talked of attracting, retaining quality human resources, and this is very dear to me, and I must tell through a very short story with the permission of chair that if we see particularly with a very small physics experiment that force applied is always not proportional to the displacement, because if you see and particularly the mechanical engineers will appreciate more than the property of the material plays even more role than direction and force applied on it. And therefore, when we are talking of the human resources, what is the material we are inducting, what is the material we are bringing to the system is very important. Diversity ratio, it is the now the need of the hour, not only in the country but the whole world. We must have the diversity, and particularly to the small cities where there is a very less possibility of having the geographical distributions, gender distributions, and so on. Retention ratio, particularly to the early career scientists, many of the scientists, many of the good PhDs, they go abroad and they stay over there. Ratio of applicants per advertised positions. This is one of the things when we are talking of the attracting, retaining scientists. And I was talking to one of the speakers yesterday that the ratio in the computer sciences faculty in IIT Bombay and IIT Chennai is very different than the ratio of the applicant in IIT Kharagpur, the oldest IITs in the country. Coming to the other issues of the retaining ratios, the few of the when we are talking of the gender equality, inclusion, we must see that how many percentage of the women scientists have become PI by easing the ease of doing science, how many collaborations and re-entries of the fellow retaining beyond 5 years. There are many other things. Yes, I understand the time constraint and I must be given 1 or 2 minutes more, considering the fact that technology has given as the time problem. So the third is fostering collaboration and supporting mobility, and then we can see that joint research projects and average duration of the mobility fellowship retentions, number of MOUs, increase in the returnage of research. This is the really time when we are should look for that, or we are talking to brain drain to brain gain, and can the ease of doing science, can the present day employer can make difference in that. Fostering collaboration and supporting mobilities has already, there has been a lot of discussion, and I agree with the kind of the model what Professor Tandon has talked of, having one specific area of the people coming from the different disciplines, different places, different organizations, and still doing the one job which are defined by them collectively. Uh, Growth in the regional publications, this can be another measure, particularly when we are talking of the places like in the Northeast or even sometimes in the rural areas. Number of scientists involved in the interinstitutional or intergovernment collaborations. So let me not go again each and every point which are important, but what I am trying to convey the message here that there are problems identified, discussed also in last couple of hours, and there are also possible solutions which are known globally, known in the regional context. DST has a report, NITI-AYOG has a report, and we can develop a measurable wage of how, if we implement them, can be done. So, in a nutshell, what we really should look for. One of the most important thing that cost of the regulation, which we never bother, that whether the change in the regulation has also costed differently to the system, change in the R&D spending, change in HR profile, rate of quantifiable outputs, publications, citations, and also on. There is a very good work published in form of the book, which one of, if you are interested, you can see, which talks of measurable, unmeasurable of measuring the unmeasurable of science and science, and they talk of fast versus slow, hot versus cold, and soft versus hard science, and all that. I will not go in detail with the time constraint, and we must see that how change in the time of ideation to the publications or patent or the translations, whether it has made difference, increase in collaboration, ease of doing research, collaboration time, and research misconduct. Though it is last, but the most important point which I'd like to emphasize. And with this, I must thank all of you and remind you that we are in the decade of the action water for the sustainable development. Whether you want the left side or right side, it is you to decide. And it's not the political left and right, but rather for the sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Tiwari could touch upon IPR generation, attracting private investments if you could good research, completion of projects within the timeline, strengthening interinstitutional collaborations and mobilities, retention rate of quality faculty, because you have to create a conducive ecosystem. But these are some of the points he touched upon. Now, I request Professor Devashish Chowdhury, the Professor DST Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology, Guwahati. Let us listen to him about his views on measuring ease of doing R&D.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, and respected other dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of NITI-AYOG and delegates in this conference, and ladies and gentlemen. So I am Devashish Choudhury from Institute of Advanced Study in Science and Technology, an autonomous institute under DST. We are located in Guwahati, and our campus is not very far from here. It's around 20 kilometer in the other side, the southern side of Brahmaputra. And what I will do with the 10 minutes I have been allotted, I will use 4 to 5 minutes to tell you about the research ecosystem at ISST, and then I will tell you about this my views on measuring ease of doing R&D. So ISST has a very rich legacy because the institute was inaugurated by Nobel laureate Professor Dorothy Hodgkin, and it was a state government research institute till 2009, and from 2009 it has been under Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, as a autonomous R&D institute, and in fact we are the only DST institute in Northeast. And our major activity, it's a research institutes. We work on two verticals. We have life science and physical science. And last 5 years, we are also have an interface of these two sciences. And we have research PhD programs, internship, and other programs. And we also have a societal scientific responsibility as a mandate. I will show you some of the slides. So our research program is on these 5 basic research program, and we have around 20 scientists with more than 100 researchers and research scholars. So these are some of the centers and facilities, and you will see that we have a good facility at ISST, and some of the facility and centers are unique, like B.R. Ambedkar Center for Community Empowerment, where our societal work we are doing through this center, and we have mostly all the facilities required for advanced physical science and life science research. And these are some of the research areas. I will not go in detail, but I want to highlight some of the research you will see are regional specific, which is very important. You see that we have a program on traditional and modern drug, where we are working on drug of natural resources of any India. So we are working on local things, local specific research, especially in biodiversity, where we are working on ethnic food and beverages of Northeast India. And you see that our mathematical and computational group is working on this prediction of Indian summer monsoon rainfall. You know that Northeast depend on rainfall, and all is because of the monsoon. So these are the output indicators. We are doing fairly well, around dozen patents per year, and more than 100 publication. And these are some of the patents of last 1 year. I will not go into that. The societal program that we do is one of the program through BRACE, is the rural livelihood of ST and SC community. You know that there are a lot of tribals in Northeast, and we are using validating scientifically the traditional food and beverages of Northeast. And we have using our incubation, we have an incubation center inside campus, which are helping this in rural entrepreneurship. And in the last 5 years, we were able to help 6 self-help groups in this regard to promote their product. And not only that, we are also doing science education for the unprivileged tribal regions, because you know in Assam the number of students going into science is very less. Out of the colleges, only 10% of the colleges have science as a subject. So you can see that there is very little manpower, very little percentage of students going to science. And always there is an historical perspective that the families who are well off, they send their children outside Northeast. Okay, so this is so we in this program have in last 4 to 5 years have covered 7 districts and tried to motivate students to take science as a career. Now, we, as I've told you, we have an incubation center where we have the facility, and along with the startup, we are also encouraging rural entrepreneurship. And these are the facilities just to show that we have very good facility. And this is some other facilities. We have animal house and the brace where we are using for our societal projects. And now coming to the topic of ease of doing research, we have been listening to this term since yesterday, and we all agree that if we have access of information, good resources, good funding, good institutional support, and if it is well organized, then research will become smoother and more productive. And why this has to be also measured? So because it has to be measured because it will identify bottlenecks which will hinder scientific progress, it will support decision making and policy improvement, and it will also provide benchmark for organizational competitiveness. And how you can do this index. So our earlier speaker said that there is no such parameter, but ICAR and NARM have developed a parameter. I personally don't know whether it is the right thing or wrong, but I will just put, they have said that there are 22 indicators and it captures both tangible inputs and intangible processes. And this, you can make it a score. I don't know whether it will work or not, but there is an aggregated score and it will benchmark the progress monitoring. And what they said are the first indicator is the human resource. And I feel that human resource is very important. So the question that comes is, are our researchers happy? So whether we are recruiting talented faculty and researchers, because we see in reports that in most of the state universities, people retire, but there is no recruitment. So are we recruiting adequate talented faculty and researchers? And the second is whether they are getting career advancement, promotion opportunities, whether we are doing that, and whether the researcher faculties are awarded, rewarded, because this is also important because you need motivation. However, small recognition will give a big impact on the researcher. So I feel that these type of awards and rewards, however small it is, it's required. And whether we are giving mentoring to juniors like assistant professor to and cooperate them in this field of innovation and research. And the next aspect is research infrastructure. So are we giving library resources? So already One Nation, One Subscription is a very good step where you are able to have access to e-resources, which is very important. And about the lab infrastructure, are we giving enough lab infrastructure to a researcher? But mind you, the lab infrastructure we have is not utilized. I can tell in my institute we have a lot of facility, but it is still underutilized. I was in US say 15 years ago. There, if you want to use one machine, you have to wait 1 week. And at what time it is available? It is available at night, say around after 12, because in daytime it is not available. So it's heavily booked. But in ISST, it is being used, but still I will say it is underutilized. Then research leadership. So our head of the organization is able to motivate, inspire, and lead the organization. It is very important. And are we appointing leaders to head this organization? Because if the head of the organization can motivate the young researchers, it makes a lot of difference. Then felicitation, this already we agree, that monitoring and felicitation of the fund, the research output, and the ease of project approval, and whether we are facilitating the administrative and finance in supporting the projects, and whether we are getting adequate fund to spend on our research. So I will end with some suggestions. So my first suggestion is a single portal, which we yesterday heard from Professor Singh, that it's already being taken and it will be coming soon. I think it's a very good step to have a single process for the research grant. My second suggestion is that we are going for these mission type projects. It's very fine. Country has some objective which needs to be fulfilled, and we are doing projects in mission mode with multi-institution. Very fine, but there should be some budget for basic and fundamental research, because some research may not be look very impressive today, but who knows, this may develop into something big in future. For example, this year's Nobel Prize was in chemistry was given on metal organic framework, and when the researchers discovered this type of material, there were no takers. Their project proposals were rejected because the zeolite is there. So what is the need for MOF? But now in last 10 years, it is being used in every field. So my suggestion is fundamental research. There should be also budget for fundamental research. And we all agree that more skilled manpower in research, if more researcher we have, less number of researcher, we are not able to attract good talent into R&D. So if we have more manpower, then the research output will be more. Then infrastructure, I have already said. So in yesterday, somebody told about regional cluster. So that can be a good idea, that you cannot build facility in every institute, every university, but you can make this regional cluster where researcher can come and use the facility. And we all agree on this funding, that funding should increase. Funding is increasing every year. And collaboration
Sir,
part,
kindly continue.
yeah.
We are running short of time.
Yeah. So collaboration, it was also talked. I will not tell. My final point is that we should also pay attention to regional research, because in regional research can solve regional problems. So in the region, there can be specific regional problems. So I feel that if some projects are given to regional researchers to solve these regional projects, that will be very helpful. And thank you very much. And I once again thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me a platform to share my thoughts in this subject. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Devashish. And yeah, he touched upon like regional specific research due to biodiversity, and then we need to have high impact research, and then the quality PhD which comes out of the institutions, and then it should have evolved as an incubation and startup related activities. And he do touch upon about 22 indicators with 5 parameters. And after listening to 3 panelists, and maybe I think with the organizers' permission, and we can give opportunities for a couple of questions. I request the audience be specific to your questions to the respective panelists, so that we can conclude within another 5 minutes. Any questions?
I would just like to add here that we had already made an initiative about regional cluster. That is Northeast Science and Technology Cluster Initiative. We had several meetings, a brainstorming and also concept paper. Your institute is also part of it. And we are evolving, sir, a kind of the city science cluster approach where the resources of the entire Northeast can be brought under one umbrella and the programs can evolve through that.
So with your kind permission, just two small comments that I have. One is with respect to the presentation that Professor Aware did. It's a very good idea that we really look into how much money that we are investing per PhD student or per postdoctoral student and what is the return. But I think it may not be the best thing to measure the return, within next 3 years or within next 2 years. What is it that the student has given back to the institution may not be enough, because that PhD student is going to be in the country or contributing to country for a longer time. So I think we should be slightly broader in terms of measuring what is our investment on a PhD student or a postdoctoral student and what we get in return. So this return should not be seen limited only to the institution in terms of papers or so. Also, sir, second point with respect to what Professor Devashish was talking about region-specific research problems, region-specific research. So just wanted to bring to everybody's notice that there are 35 state science and technology councils in India, and Science and Technology Council in all the states, they are largely supporting regional problems which are specific to the state. And NITI-AYOG, under the leadership of Dr. Saraswat, we have worked with them. We organized some consultative meetings. We came up with a roadmap. And that roadmap, Sir has personally written to all the chief ministers. We've also shared with chief secretaries. Some responses are also coming in. I think state councils have a very important role to play when it comes to working on local problems which are specific to a specific region. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so just a very quick point about sharing of resources. This is actually very important and also a measure of the outcome in a longer midterm duration, I would say, of the PhD, outcome of the PhD work, etc. These days, the students are very much interested in opening startups. They have ideas. They have also registered a company. In India, a major problem of the startups is funding. They don't get enough funds. There are not enough venture capitalists, not enough angel investors who will invest in the startups in India. That's been a challenge, and I've seen it myself. So therefore, if they need sophisticated equipments, it's impossible for them to acquire that in their own whatever small companies that they have set up. It is in these situations, sharing of resources in the government funded labs on payment basis that will also help those resources to run. So on payment basis, if these can be opened up to the startups coming out of these organizations, of the national labs and academic organizations, that will actually be a win-win situation for both the startups as well as those organizations which struggle to maintain those equipments.
Yeah, so I would like to say that in terms of the measurable outcomes, specifically I'm talking to Dr. Tiwari, that there are, in terms of the measurable outcome, the parameters of the government which are measuring the outcomes are different for different institutions. So that should also be, they should be different. Everybody cannot be brought into the same, umbrella, academic institutions or national laboratories. They should be measured in a different way. But the committee or the third party evaluation, sometimes there is a rise. There are several third party evaluation have started. DST has started now. But I have found that the outcome of those reports are not being shared and when those third party evaluations are occurring and they are going to the certain institutions, they are that is not done in the similar manner as it is done in one institution to the second institution. That should be different. If IISc is being measured on certain features, and I'm bringing the highest institution in there, that if IISc is being really measured, then the one of the state laboratory or the state university should also be taken there, and let us see that how much of the funds have been pumped into the ISC, and the how much percentage of it has really come to the state university or the state laboratories, and what is the outcome over there. So these measurements should be there, and I would really once again say that there should be some measurement parameters should be given to us, so that we can also inform to our faculties or the scientists that we are being measured over there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think as a moderator, I do have some 5 minutes time, and I have not taken much of my time. And you know, it's general. Yeah, like everybody was. We have been talking about for the last 2 days about the limited funding, talking about only 0.65% of GDP. And we also should understand that this country has a diverse problems, and we have food, shelter, clothes. These are also problem, and we cannot always compare with China and Japan and Germany. Of course, we need to aspire, but I think compared to during the last 10, 15 years, I think our progress is enormous in science and technology. But I also do agree that we need to increase our funding. For example, recently the ANRF has floated the sub and spoke model, and then only the seven hubs have been created. And then, but when you look at the size of the country of 1,100 universities, more than 50,000 colleges, at least we need to create 200 hubs. These 200 best institutions, top ranking, whether it can be Institute of National Importance or A++ grade institutions or NIRF ranked institutions, they should handhold their state institutions also, because when you look at the statistics, the 95% of the students are coming from the rural institutions. But when it comes to the funding, the 95% of the funding is going to the 5% of the INIs, and maybe the most of the time in the urban area related institutions. But when you look at in a global scenario, the technology and innovations and the novelties are happening from the rural backgrounds. Even if you look at the Nobel Prize winners also in US, and most of them are immigrants from other countries rather than their own native people. I think attracting a quality student is a problem everywhere. Even a Japanese student pursuing a PhD is a challenge. Swedish student is pursuing a PhD is a challenge for a BTech student, because I lived in both countries, including France and other places also. But therefore, we have to create a conducive ecosystem. As yesterday, people are talking about panelists, like how to attract a quality students. And therefore, quality student in terms of incentives, in terms of infrastructure creations needs to be done. We have to strengthen the undergraduate labs. We have to give the exposure to the undergraduate students to have an hands-on learning experience, doing research. One semester is completely dedicated only for the research. That's what's happening in Japan and Germany and other places. That kind of opportunities need to be given to our students also. Once that system is created, infrastructure is created, which we need to have a lot of funding, particularly in the case of the Northeast, having working in Northeast, there are its own challenges. And to travel 100 kilometers will take 5-6 hours. Therefore, when you talk about your sophisticated instrumentation facilities and setting in only in IIT Guwahati, it will not work, because the students cannot have a mobility by flight always, and even the flights are not well collected in most of the northeastern states, among our 8 states. Therefore, we have to see that at least the moderate infrastructure facilities have been set up in the respective states and which is dedicated and spared to the rest of the institutions. And there should be an accountability on that particular established center, how many people have been using that facilities. I think this kind of approach needs to be done, I think, from my point of view. And also because we have been talking about silos and silos. Who is responsible for the silos? It is the mindset of every one of us. We are very possessive. We are not willing to share our facilities. Therefore, the head of the institutions and researchers needs to come up out of silos because our culture, our tradition is sharing. But somehow the Western influence has made us to work on silos. I think we have to go back and think about our culture of sharing our facilities, making others to utilize. You feel happy about how many publications you have published. Sophisticated instrument has been used to publish. Our technology has transferred. That should give you a happiness rather than making your own publication out of those instruments. I think the mindset also needs to be changed. And yeah, with these few comments, I would like to thank all my panelists and also the NITI-AYOG and the organizers for giving us this opportunity to share our views. And I'm sure that all of you enjoyed this session. And I wish every one of you to carry forward the good things which we have been discussing and then which we inculcate to among young faculty and students so that we will create a conducive research ecosystem among our young generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request the moderator, Professor Bhaskar, to kindly felicitate the esteemed keynote speakers. May I now call upon Professor Sparsh Johari to kindly come and felicitate Professor Bhaskar as we express our gratitude and thankfulness to sir. Yeah. Yeah. A kind note to be mentioned here that respected delegates, those who are willing to avail the travel services back to the airport or the station, you may please fill up the form if it is yet to be filled up and submit it to the registration desk. Thank you. We may now proceed for the tea that has been arranged at the lobby area. Kindly reassemble here after 30 minutes. 12:40 sharp, so that we proceed ahead with the panel discussion. Thank you. There's another announcement to be made. We have found a watch here, which is silver color watch. Yeah. What is that now? It's a fossil watch. Okay. May I have your kind attention? There's also a feedback form that has been given with the inauguration kit. You're requested to kindly fill it and leave it at the registration desk or with the NITI-AYOG team. Thank you. May I now request everyone to kindly please be seated? We're starting off soon.
Welcome back, all respected delegates. We will now start with the panel discussion session entitled The Way Forward Reforms Needed to Enhance Ease of Doing Research and Development. We are privileged to have among us Dr. Probin Arora, former advisor DST GovTop India. Along with Sir, we also have our esteemed keynote speaker, Sri Sil Kapoor, CEO, Fast India, Professor Tomoriba, Vice Chancellor, Arunachal Pradesh University, Pasighat, Professor Abhay Kumar, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Agartala, Dr. Basanta Kumar Das, Director, ICAR, Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute, Kolkata, Dr. Samarendra Hazarika, Director, ICAR Research Complex of for Northeast Region, Umiam, Dr. Kanar Das, Director, Scientist G, MOEFCC, Botanical Survey of India, and Dr. Jitesh Chaudhuri, Director and Center Head, CDAC, Northeast, Guwahati. Now, I would like to request everyone come to the dais. I would like to request Professor Probin Arora to take over the session. Yes, sir. Come. Okay. Thank you, sir.
You get a full view of the panelists. So good afternoon. So we have come a long way for this session, that is a way forward. And really it has been a long way, and this is the 7th regional coordination meeting on ease of doing research for accelerating S&D-led innovation and growth in the country. Of course, I need to say, first of all, before I begin, I would like to thank NITI-AYOG for giving me this opportunity. And in fact, I've been fortunate enough to attend as a part of their technical advisory committee, all the workshops. So I had a full breast and of understanding, what has gone. And thanks to NITI-AYOG leadership led by Professor Saraswatji, Vivek ji, and other team members. And what I would suggest here is that we have come from, this is 7th one, so we started with UP and then Dehradun, of course, one particular state, but surrounded by regions across. And then we came to Delhi, then we came to Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and then there are, yeah. And then we went to Jammu, and then after that there is a Hyderabad, and then now this region. And this is a very specific and important region, the eastern region of the country, and in fact covering northeast and the other states. So what I would like to share is some valuable insights here, what that has emerged during this journey and which are worth mentioning here, So there's some broad understanding emerging from it. And later on, I would request my fellow panelists and give them a time of 2 minutes each to share 2 or 3, suggestions or viewpoints on what has to be done in terms of ease of doing research for accelerating STI-led innovation in the country. And then we can open the floor for discussion with the other participants. So there are, as I understand, so there is an issue of doing research and innovation across the regions and also across specifics to northeastern region as well. And we have seen from yesterday to today that there are a lot of issues which have emerged. So one issue which is, affecting or impacting across the region is the information asymmetry, or you call it the lack of awareness in terms of policies, schemes, even facilities, and other resources for doing research. So this I found across, it, and so of course there would be solutions that have emanated during our discussion, so we can later on take how. So I think there are various issues which are affecting, in general, if you see quality and quantity of doing research. So another issue which I would like to highlight is the national ranking framework. So yesterday there's a point which was coming up, and it's very important, is that instead of becoming inclusive, so it has excluded Northeast altogether for their participation in the upstream research for the young professionals or faculty or even the institutes. So they were telling that we do not figure anywhere, so we don't get funding, we don't get collaboration happening. So as a result, there is some kind of an isolation. So how to bridge this? So this is also a challenge here. So some balancing act required. So uh, what I see here is the this. So as Professor Vivek was telling in his introductory session yesterday, that there is no framework. So I advocate that if we can identify or remove obstacles and promote enablers, that would be the framework which we should take forward as a way forward here. So taking this rope framework, I would then request my fellow panelists to take 2 minutes time out and tell us that what they need to do in terms of promoting enablers, or if there are obstacles, what in 1 or 2 points, they can suggest. Not, we don't want lengthy bhashan type, because we want other participants also to speak on this and hear and become more inclusive of their voice. So with this, I would request my, first fellow speaker, Shri Sheel Kapoor ji, to share, and his wisdom and thoughts on the issues.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for inviting me again. I don't know whether can you hear this? We can hear. No, we can hear. So, we can hear. People there now. Yeah. It'll take some time to. Sorry. Okay. So I'll go very quickly. I think one point related to how do we get more collaboration in Northeast, right? I'm not from the region, but what I could understand is that there are a lot of suggestions which are coming in this scheme, but and there's a lot of government schemes which are in place, but it is not known to everybody in the room, right? The lack of communication to some extent has to be addressed. So there needs to be this kind of session needs to happen more. Number one, number two, probably an outreach in terms of all the various schemes that are there, so that we can pull Northeast into all the schemes. We understand all the funding mechanisms which are in place. The other thing I will say also is that if you look at NIRF rankings, today there is nothing which actually drives collaboration between institutions regarding asset sharing, right? Could asset sharing be also one of the criteria that could be fed into NIRF rankings driving that behavior, right? Because everybody wants to protect his assets. in the region, and asset sharing in Northeast is going to be becoming very critical. Each institute cannot have the same duplicate asset, but at the same time, there needs to be more asset sharing and collaboration between institutions in the region. I'll move to the rope. An audit issue of 2,000 rupees, can the dean be questioned? Should he be questioned? If the audit issue of 10,000 rupees, should he be questioned? But his limit is 2 crores. So some errors can happen. My concern is the 595 rule, which I always say, that because of 5% issues, 95% honest people should not be penalized. So to that extent, some materiality thresholds may help in expediting decision making, and those small data points of 2,000 rupee errors, even if there are 3 of them, can affect the ratings, but he should not be penalized so he doesn't take the decisions. My favorite example is the best aircraft, right? Safest aircraft is the one that the pilot thinks will never fly, right? So it should not be that the person doesn't take a decision because he knows that my tenure will be over and nobody will be able to question it. So that's one big suggestion. And I think if we have some materiality thresholds, the speed of decision making will go, the fear of taking decisions making will go, and it will speeden up the system. It could be revolutionary in nature. The second one is also related to NIRF rankings. Today, there are some people who are gaming the system, which is causing a lot of question marks on the NIRF ranking itself. Again, 595 rule, because of 5% people gaming the system, it should not be that remaining 95% people suffer. So there could be a small, the retraction of papers which are copied papers is a good idea because that is negative points in the NIRF ranking system. It will help, but it is not a massive game changer. So the suggestion there could be that there could be a penalty to the individual faculty who has actually caused that kind of bad name for the institution. And also for the institution, maybe they drop out of NIRF rankings for 1 or 2 years. And they come back on the 3rd year. Now, this will drive behavior of all institutions having original papers and also making NIRF rankings not questionable. That is number one. And the second thing I feel is that ultimately research is all about delivering product. Right? India will never become a strong economy unless there is product being delivered through research processes. You get to basic research, then you have to translate it eventually. Otherwise, it will remain in a pile of papers. So translational research could also feed into NIRF rankings in terms of certain criteria on how many, how many products have got translated, how many, how much of licensing income is there. So institutes could be based on translational research as well, and that will help in improving the overall NIRF framework and also driving efficiency. So those are 2 possible suggestions. Thank you.
Now request Professor Yogu Liga, Vice Chancellor, Himachal Pradesh University.
So good afternoon to all. My respect to all the members, those who are participating here. Time is very short. I'm addressing, and thank you, media, for inviting me.
We can cut down all these frills. Come to the point.
Yes, this is it. So here, I'll be there are only 4 points, very short and brief. So my background would be my speech was affected by my background. I am from Arunachal Pradesh. So first is here. I would say rich to unreached people and areas. If you take a country as a whole, India as a whole, if you access for country as a whole, then all the parts of India should be covered. You might be knowing there are some areas in hills, border areas. People are never touched. If you visit those areas, just sitting here, sometimes we talk that all parts of our country is like this. It's not like this. If you happen to visit some areas, interior areas, still you will see that till now they have not attained independence. So life is very, very hard. So my request would be, so these projects will reach to those areas, prioritize, visit those areas, and we should cover all parts of our country. It shouldn't be, a project shouldn't be done repeatedly in certain areas, accessible areas, and many areas are never touched. So here my request would be to please visit those areas, please cover those areas, prioritize, and do homework, and please attend those areas in border areas. People are still suffering. Life is very, very hard in those areas. Second would be our research should be for the people, to reduce the suffering of the people, to bring this self-sufficiency in the people. I don't say that this applied and fundamental research is not required. It's very, very necessary. But first, in case of certain areas, first research should be for food, for shelter, for cloth, for health, for security. So we used to do lot of research, big research, crores of money is spent, but some people are still the life is still like as it is. So my request would be, please attend those. Though we may buy rifle, but when there is the monsoon fails, our farmer used to starve. We should care those all things. This side we are talking of the world power, but others I see sometimes our farmer used to suicide. हम बड़ा बात करता देश के लिए world power, but sometimes you see in villages our untold suffering, our this same citizen they are suffering. This is one thing I want to say here, and another thing is, please there should be technological intervention of technology in indigenous knowledge system and traditional ecological knowledge. Many of us just we said that they're primitive, but they have been surviving so many years. Our shifting cultivation, all used to blame shifting cultivation, but many people in hill areas is still there surviving on shifting cultivation. And these shifting cultivations are the preserver of more than 30 crop species. This we used to forget. Many times we used to blame, but on the other hand, you don't have any alternative. By removing shifting cultivation, if you can replace it with certain things, but you don't have, just you'll blame shifting cultivation for global warming, so many things. These are certain things. And like as for you, for this conservation of our wildlife, this all hunters have this very, very good knowledge of the behavior of animals and plants. We can take use of the knowledge system. Another projects in our natural projects, just leaders, like another one example is there's a fruit processing factory in my place. There were the pineapple, the orange was there. They thought it would be, that area would be very good. That will boost the economy of the people and dissuade the people from shifting cultivation. They started, but they didn't see, they didn't study the market. Who would be seller? Where it would be sold? Then there's been closed. Now it is not functioning. No research was done. The cement factory was started. Just after a few years, it is closed. No raw material. One dam was constructed, small hydro project. After completion of the project, there was no water. So these are certain things we must do research. After research only, we should do development activities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I now invite Professor Abhay Kumar, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Agartala.
Thank you, sir. Agartala. Thank you, NITI-AYOG, for providing this opportunity, especially in the presence of Dr. Saraswat, sir. Otherwise, it was not otherwise possible for me. First of all, why we are discussing this? This is a very important thing. We do something that why is this workshop is being organized. Now, I am putting my view and then I am putting my thesis as to what I think is vital to be done. One other thing is that India is aspirational. We are jumping. We plan to go from $5 trillion to $30-40 trillion. There are many aspects which contribute to this. Maybe industry, maybe other aspects. Many disruptive approaches have been designed, maybe GST in tax or law reforms or many other reforms has been done. One important aspect which contributes to wealth creation is research-based economy, or what we call knowledge-based economy. Let us not forget that US became so powerful only when all these industries, maybe Google or Apple, were incubated in some very prestigious university of the country. That time it was a startup and now it is a multi-corp. So similar kind of research to be done in the university so as to finally contribute to wealth creation. That is the whole aim of doing this. And because this research culture in our country is not doing that, so what is hindering that is something that we are going to ponder here and discussing here, how it can be made user friendly. Sir, my idea is a little different than the usual case, in the sense that I have a problem in the sense that our research is a multi-layered approach. in the sense that the bottom is a student and supervisor, the top is the national facilities, and then while user wants to use the top layer facilities, and then we are talking about ease of how easily one can use that. But in my days when I did PhD and even before that, for last 7 decades, at least in our country, research and getting a job as assistant professor is now umbilically connected, in the sense that it hardly happens that somebody is doing a research by 3rd year or 4th year of research, one starts thinking of where he should apply to become assistant professor. This umbilical cord is detrimental, in the sense that it happens in, if I take a US model, many PhDs from the university, and hardly any one of them are interested in becoming a faculty over there. They would like to be absorbed, hired by corresponding industry. Here, the model is, in our case, one student finds a supervisor publishing a few number of mandatory papers. Supervisor has got 2 of his best friends, and then this is how a research or PhD is being done. This has to be broken, sir. This having a generation of wealth or generation of knowledge, or creating a startup, or maybe having a patent. I have seen that some BITS Pilani and IIT Delhi also, they are making it mandatory as a part of some thesis submission, right? No, and that should be made available. That should be made mandatory. Doing research, doing PhD should not be an option available to each and everyone. In US and other European countries also, not everybody is going for research until somebody is really motivated for doing that. A network system of research is something desirable. For example, if I give an idea that there is a problem on which multiple people from multiple university students can work on the same idea with multiple professors registered as a supervisor. This is a network project system that happens in other countries, can also be workable here. Whole idea is that whatever we do should contribute to knowledge economy, should contribute to the growth of economy. That is the whole purpose. So this has to be, sir, worked about the ecosystem of awarding PhD, because all the facilities of research that we create is essentially for those people who are really motivated. And just a case, sir, one example which I am taking from your document only, that maybe that we are at par in terms of paper publication or citation with US, report comes, QS ranking comes. But then those countries which are having much less paper publication, citation than us, like Korea, they have got more contribution to manufacturing from their research work and patent work. Our research and patent are not getting converted into, and that should be made mandatory at the level of when you submit thesis. That's my submission. Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Basant Kumar Das, Director ICR, Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute, Kolkata.
Thank you. So we belong to the ICR because India is a agrarian country. Again, this is linked. Northeast is so precious with so much commodity and so much to contribute. Again, if you will see the ease of doing research and concerned people, we are talking about we have seen if manpower, if anybody recruited remain for a few years, then try to go to the mainland. So again, though we are talking about the high-end equipments, even if the high-end equipments, if you procure it, remain idle after a few years if the scientists left. So we should have maybe across the ministry, across the department, maybe satellite systems, ease of doing of a particular equipments available in different departments that can be easily available to others. Again, another thing is human, we talk about the ecosystems. If not, all are not bad researchers, all are good researchers, those are in this. If our ecosystem will be made good for each and everyone, and second thing is the top level management should leave the egos, because ego is one issue for all of us, which it to diffuse any of the things to the downline of the people. that will hindering also research capability. Third things, we have ministry has so much missions. If we'll have a mission, how much missions can be operated north, right? And linking to the missions and enabling to things, that will be a best way of creating the manpower strengthening of the particular and contributing, like Dr. Saab told, that we can create so much things that is needed for the nations. And fifth one, if it is we are talking about the transportation Suvidha, then we can have a sufficient scope for the student travel in the projects that can be made available and can come and stay for a few days, that can ease of doing a research maybe months, 2 months, 3 months, and back to instead of traveling frequently, that can be changed specifically for the Northeast. Like we are operating a fisheries program in the Northeast. Again, we told the raw material. Feed is a more problem here, which can, if fish costs go high, that is the things. Then we can have a manufacturing units common set up here, and the commodity that can be available for that, we should have a different missions of the ministry, agriculture, everything that can be integrated with the, like sir told about, reaching to the common peoples, unreached people, they can produce. And like we are talking about now, recently alternate feed items like black soldier fly, which is surplus to soybean or other things because competing with animal or other things, then these unreached people will be specific technology be grown, managed, then can be commodity can go. So these are the few issues and that can if ease of doing, which are going to R&D, because we have like first we can have a 10 SWOT analysis when we have enough strength and weaknesses. These are the weakness and opportunities so huge in the Northeast. Then what are the threats, means the global threats where we can compete. Then we have finalized 4, 5 or 10 points in chronologically that can be added, because policy everything is there, only refinement is required across the, like we are sitting with the across ministry here, that will be having ease of things to all the. Thank you for the opportunity.
May I now request Dr. Samindra Hajarika, Director, ICR Research Complex for Northeastern Region.
Very good afternoon to everyone. So, we have been discussing a lot of issues from yesterday. So a lot of recommendations will come, but the very important, the pressing issue, not only for all the institutes. So regarding the procurement policies. So I will highlight 5 points only. This is the actually JAM issue. One circular was issued in this 2025 5th July. In that, this circular, there are 5 points. The 4 points we are very happy. But in the 5th point, what they have written, the ministries, department, organizations indicated under the para 2, that means all the ICR, ICM, all these they have indicated above, may also adhere to the extent these instructions issued in time to time. So there are three, they have given three actually the circulars reference. That first one is the promoting JAM, asking to route all the purchases through JAM. Second, global tender inquiry. Third is your GFR amendment, raising ceiling for works repairing LPC. But the 4 points that you have mentioned previously, that was the objective of that 4 points is not defeated. The 5th point. So if we go to that, this finance people, they will say the 5th point does not allow to this impart or the implement the 4th points above. So that should be, because our NITI-AYOG, these people are here, so they can, I think, tackle the issue. So that clause in the 5 should be removed. Then only we'll be able to do use of doing R&D. Otherwise, there is no meaning. Since then, this second point, JAM card expiry. So 10 days is too short. Card should remain valid for 20 days minimum to complete administrative and financial processing. So this proposed solution is amend JAM software card rule to keep the card valid for at least 20 days. So this is a pressing issue, not for me, it's for all the institutes. Number 3 is BOQ bidding in JAM. So if JAM BOQ bidding attempts receives no bids, rules do not state how many preparations are required. So limit it to a single attempt and thereafter permit the LPC, the local purchase committee route with recorded justification. Number 2, issue a GFR compliant guidelines OM in this regard. So this is the issue of for this NITI Ayog. So another issue is rate contracts and GFR. So procurement manual for goods 2024 allows for rate contracts in scientific organizations, but GFR is silent on it. On the other hand, the preface in the procurement manual 2024 states, in case of inconsistencies between this manual and the prevailing law or GFR, the extant law and GFR shall prevail. Interestingly, CSI is allowed for rate contract despite these jam issues. So proposed solution, what we are proposing, the provision for CI should be extended to all scientific organizations, including ICR and universities. Therefore, please issue clear, unambiguous directions for rate contracts. This will allow financial and administrative staff of the institutes to conclude rate contracts in accordance to GFR. So the 5 and 6 point I'll tell. The funding head-wise flexibility. Funding for research comes with stringent head-wise allocation. Relax head-wise fund rigidity, permit full or up to a minimum of 30% inter-head reappropriation at PI level with approval for the head of the institution. So this enables agile response to evolving project needs, price changes, and other contingencies over multi-year projects. So number 6 point, last point, time as a public resource. The journey of the nation towards Viksit Bharat 2047 requires fast tracking of our research and development. So what proposed solution is, through an appropriate administrative order, it must be impressed upon the administrative and finance officials that like public money, public time is also a finite resource. So, and therefore there must be accountability for delays arising out of the business as usual attitude. So that should be, in India you can take care. So the another two issues I want to have, flexibility in procurement with accountability. That should be there for all the institutes. And further, with current emerging science, technology, and innovation council, the conclave effort, selected research domains may be declared as activities of national importance and thereby relaxing usual audit observations. And this will allow the finance and administration officials to act with more proactiveness. So number 3, what my feeling is, everybody yesterday also I have heard about the NITI director, a lot of problems. Whatever GFR is this government of India is having, it is the pan-India implication. But so far Northeast is concerned, there should be a flexibility in GFR if you really do the business, this ease of doing R&D. So that is these are my concerns. If these concerns are taken up by the NITI-AYOG because they are having intercoordination with different ministries, I think all the institute will be benefited. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. And thanks to NITI-AYOG and IITG for providing this platform. My issue was very specific because a lot of things we have discussed since yesterday. So these are the major issues for our hurdles. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Kanan Das, Director, Botanical Survey of India, Calcutta.
Presentation not required. Honorable panelists and distinguished dignitaries, good afternoon and namaskar. Thanks to NITI-AYOG for giving me the platform to share my views, and thanks to IIT Guwahati for their wonderful hospitality. Since last morning, we got enriched with a number of suggestions, recommendations, formulating policies, some practical model-based approaches for implementation into R&D system. But I would like to add some focused points in connection with the role of few key organizations that play vital role in conservation and sustainable use of our biological wealth. Botanical Survey of India is a 136 years old premier institute under the auspices of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, which is engaged in survey, characterization, identification, discovery, and documentation of wild plants and fungi. And the generated data by BSI are crucial for applications in several applications like medicine, agriculture, climate change, and conservation, where accurate scientific identification is essential for research management collaboration at national and global scale. Now coming to few points more specifically. Coming to infrastructure, I truly believe that special grants are required for very old scientific organizations to modernize and to to provide new laboratories and modern equipments. Besides, as several earlier speakers told, purchasing procedure of scientific equipment should be eased down, and financial delegation of director or the head of the institution working on S&T should be sufficiently escalated. To implement Digital India initiatives of Government of India, the research institute like Botanical Survey of India and Zoological Survey of India, the vast which are having the vast repository of scientific collections, need huge cloud storage for digital preservation and showcasing the bio wealth of this country. Now, one point regarding human resources, it is worth mentioning that the age restriction often appears as one of the significant constraints to involve meritorious, already trained and skilled researchers in R&D. This causes disruption in regular flow of capacity building in certain areas like taxonomy, systematics, and identification of biological resources. These issues must be resolved. Another part is, apart from the applied sciences, enhanced and regular flow of funding is necessary, probably in mission mode, for the showcasing and curation of baseline data in order to mitigate pressing global environmental challenges. It was also mentioned by Professor Riba today and Professor Debasish Choudhury as well. The current contingency grant, yes, it should be addressed. The current contingency grant for research fellows engaged in field-based work research is inadequate and restrict their ability to conduct essential field surveys. And recently, to bring ease of this kind of work in survey, BSI and ZSI went for a MOU with Indian Army as well. And but I must say that situation is so threatening that without surveys and documentation of these biological wealth, we are surely going to lose several potential species even before they are discovered. So with these few words, I once again thank NITI-AYOG for giving me a chance to share my views. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will call upon Dr. Jitesh Chaudhary, Director and Head CDAC Northeast, Guwahati. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And first of all, thanks to NITI-AYOG and respected Saraswat sir and team for giving this opportunity. I'll not take much time since we are running short of time. I come to the point straight that the first thing which I personally find while working in this research domain, that in India, most of the time, research project funding had been as a process of disbursement of the fund and somehow managing the budget. Instead, it should be ROI based. We always complain that we had very less resources, less funds to do the research. But what is the ROI coming from our research? That is also one of the important point which in our process should be incorporated. ROI can be technical ROI as well as the revenue ROI. That need to be based on the kind of project it is, which is also from what Professor Abhay and the Shil Kumarji told, it should be a translational research end of the day, how it is affecting the life instead of just generating a paper. The second thing which I want to put forward is the inclusion of the frugal innovation into our R&D ecosystem. Most of the time, because India को हम लोग जुगाड़ की country बोलते हैं, everyone has some solution for their problem, and which we do right from our childhood onwards. So what is the mechanism to incorporate those frugal innovation? We may say now we have the startup funds to promote the kids to come and become the unicorns and all those things. But what about a mechanic who is working on the roadside, or a farmer who is working in his field and solving a real-time problem on day-to-day basis, the challenges is facing, and developing new machines or new solutions for his problem? So which he can share with others also, to ensure that the others will not face the same problem. So the concept of micro grant can be a idea where we can think without doing much of the formalities and promoting this kind of frugal innovation. The last thing which I would like to highlight is the research cloud for all. Most of the time in the Northeast itself, yesterday when I met most of you, we come to know that there are so many research institutes in this region itself, and most of us, we don't know that everyone is doing in the same, we all are sailing in the same boat, facing the same problem. So if a research cloud for all will be have there, not only the research knowledge will be shared with each other, but even the problems which we are facing and the solutions we are generating for a particular problem. So I just want to give an example. Let's suppose just now sir has told he's facing a lot of problem with the procurement and other things. And I might sure there are many officers in the different organization who would have been come up with a solution for those problem. But since he don't know and they don't know that he is a problem, the problem is still with him only. So these type of things we need to come out. It's not only just the sharing of infrastructure, sharing of the technical knowledge, but also sharing of our processes, so that the uniformity will comes into the system. And just a vague idea, with the permission of sir, I want to say it will be a good, although I am a very small to comment on this, a department of R&D. Instead of every ministry will have a separate R&D teams and everything, if we have a single point where India can, all researchers can see, oh, Ministry of R&D, something like that. Sorry, thank you.
So thank you. So we are left with some 5 minutes. So can we take 3 questions? And beyond this, I think we can then discuss during lunch. Oh, suggestions. Sorry, suggestions. Yeah, from the participants. Yes. ये ले लो यार.
So I've been hearing, we have had several concerns about the NIRF ranking, and that a lot of institutes are not eligible because of the rankings. So we at AICTE have recognized this problem already, and in our deliberations, even before this meeting, we have been thinking of how to relax that condition so that more institutions are eligible for the fundings that we are offering. Because we try to assess, if I look at the number of IITs, number of NITs and the triple ITs, then okay, all the NIRF rankings are gone. Right, so we are facilitating, we are doing our best. Probably you will hear good news very soon. That's one thing. And one more point I had to DST was, we are talking about, that again, some institutions taking away a chunk of the funding. Can we again have a sort of scheme where mandatorily When for the individual research schemes I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the consortia modes. Even the individual should have a co-PI from a smaller institute mandatorily. So that works as a better mentor-mentee scheme rather than just FDPs. FDPs really, I'm not sure whether they serve the purpose because these are just short-term things. कोई जाते हैं एक दो चार दिन भाषण दे के आ जाते हैं. For a long-term handholding, I think this model might work in a better way.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
One suggestion I want to make. I'm Professor Firdaus from IIIT Guwahati. In India, whenever we receive grants, it comes with multiple account heads: trouble, contingency, consumable, manpower. All of them are recurring expenses. And many a times we have money in our project, but unable to utilize because in the right account head money is not there. And 3 years before the projects, envisaging such things, it is a Herculean job. And many a times we go by the guess that how much will be the travel expense after 2 years. How do I know today? So my suggestion would be, my humble suggestion rather would be that can we have only two account heads? One is capital expenditure, another is recurring expenditure. And let us not invest time in looking at internal nitty-gritties within travel, how much is spent and how much not. That will, I think, ease up the system quite a bit.
Thank you. Yeah, last one.
Yeah, I'm Dr. A.K. Das from ICAR, Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute. Last 2 days, we have been the part and parcel of these very valued national workshops. We are linking between academia and the R&D and all. But I have not heard a single word about the beneficiaries, about the ultimate users. We are agrarian communities, as just now my director has echoed with this. So some sort of missing link is there, that the beneficiaries to be involved, the ultimate users to be involved in this link with the synergy of the this selling and the disbursing procedures. And we have been talking about the financial crux and all, that files are getting this standstill and all those are there. These are all inbuilt component in our Indian context and all. So I am submitting before the very expert panelist that somewhere please take care of our very valued beneficiaries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Can I give one more chance, sir, please? Only last one, yes, sir. I am Professor D. Deka, Vice Chancellor of Bhattacharya University. Yesterday also I was given a chance to talk in my technical session. I raised one important query, important points. The point is that we are from Lower Assam. So in that place, the state university especially, it is very difficult for the researcher to do analysis and do research because of the facilities. And I understand facilities is very difficult to develop in all of the institution. But I suggested yesterday also, today just I emphasize this one, that we should have a cluster university facility so that the researcher from that region can come to that university and research can do, then it will be accelerated. Another point just I'd like to say, in this region, I have seen where a state university upgraded from a college to university, lot of difficulties are there. And thus teachers are reluctant to go for research in the afraid of, if they submit the project, very difficult to accept. Because of the higher amount of research, because that's when call has been given by different funding agency, difficult to apply because a lot of other good university has applied or institution has applied. So I request to the panelists and the NITI-AYOG, there should be some minor project provisions, especially for the northeastern region, especially to the Assam, I understand, so that some small project they can give and initiate their research environment, initiate their interest. That is my request. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
So just a small announcement, sir. We also believe with the statement that sir said public time is a finite resource, and that is why we are doing it for 1.5 days only. So just wanted to remind all of you, sir, please, sir and ma'am, your kit has a feedback form where you can give your suggestions. We'll be very humbled and thankful if we get your responses, any concrete suggestions on what we can do. So this is something that we are doing. Not NITI-AYOG is not going to benefit from this exercise. We are not beneficiaries, but we want our complete STI ecosystem of the country to change, to transform, to move forward, so that as we talk about Viksit Bharat, this happens by 2047. So our humble request, please, if you have not been able to put forward your suggestions, please use that as an opportunity to write in the feedback form. If that also is not workable, you can write to us directly and we'll compile everything, put it together, and we'll take it to the next level. Thank you.
So, so I know everyone is eager, here to hear Dr. Saraswat ji, but I will just put a one line before as a conclusion that as we see that R&D is a continuum, so I compliment and thank Niti Ayog for taking such a big issue in a small step, that ease of doing R&D. Of course, as R&D will change with the dynamics. I think our focus should remain that on sustaining that R&D, that ease of doing R&D has to be a continuous as well, because as the R&D landscape or S&T landscape changes, there may be new issues which crop up and new things which will change with the dynamics, maybe with the technology itself or geopolitically or otherwise. But then our focus should remain and we should continue to thrive that we bring a better ecosystem for accelerating research and development in the country. Thank you. With these words, I would like to conclude the session.
Thank you. Thank you, respected delegates, for the informative discussion. Now, I would like to request the moderator, Professor Probeen Arora, to felicitate all the delegates with token of our appreciation. Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rajkumar Thumar to felicitate Professor Arora with token of our gratitude. Okay, thank you, sir.
As we proceed towards the concluding session of today's event, I take the honor now to call upon our beloved director, Professor Devendra Jalihal, to please come to the dais and convey the concluding remarks of the event. Not now. No? Okay. Okay. May I also request Professor V.K. Saraswat, member S&T NITI-AYOG, and also Professor Ashok A. Sankusari, Deputy Advisor S&T NITI-AYOG, to come to the dais. I would like to request Professor Subhendu Shekhar Wagh also to come and join them in the dais. May I now request Professor Devendra Jalihal to please convey the concluding remarks of the event.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I made the same mistake. Okay. Uh, 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 Honorable Dr. V.K. Saraswat, my colleagues, uh, directors of several institutions from Northeast region as well as from the eastern part of the country. Uh, we had this 1.5 day workshop, started yesterday morning, and today we're at the concluding session. Many things were discussed. This is the ease of doing R&D for accelerating scientific growth in the country. The For lack of time, I'll keep it short because we are eager to hear Dr. Saraswat's speech. So I had made a few remarks yesterday morning at the beginning. I'll just make a few more remarks about um, a few areas and a few with a request to Dr. Saraswat also. Given that we are at a particular point of time in history in the development of science and technology in the country, I think it's time we started working in mission mode, right? Wherever we have done mission mode working, whether it is space, whether it is communication, now the quantum mission, the goals are specified The objectives are clear, few institutes are identified, and they are tasked to do the work. I think that we have done very well, right? I'll just give you one example of the communication with which I am familiar. In 1990, 2G standards was announced maybe in Europe, right? And we had no industry, no operator, no user of the 2G, what is called the GSM also, right? And so India was just we're just standing by, right? And the events overtook us, and we started using the GSM phone in the next 10 years. By 2000, I don't want to get too much into history. That was the situation in 1990. 30 years later, when Indian R&D, Indian operators, by then that become quite big, and Indian government, they came together and said, we need to make the impact, right? And that resulted in formulation of the 5G, right, mission. Government gave the money because these are standards meetings that take place all over the globe once every 3 months. One in Vienna, next 3 months later in Hong Kong, after that in Brazil. So Indian researchers took part in all these meetings, right? Took Indian inputs. They were Indian companies which were already working on, producing small IoT chips for 5G and so on, right? And so in 30 years, from 1990 to 2020, the whole situation changed. We are today one of the 6 countries in the world, right, who are producing 5G equipment. So a mission mode working has been beneficial to India, right? And more things I can say. So I think we need mission mode in several identified areas. It's energy, in medical devices, um, uh, in defense technologies, and so on, right? I'm not talking about, the 70s or 80s language of indigenous technology, means something is there and maybe it's denied to us, and so we need to produce that. No, I'm saying something more. We need to have Indian technologies, right? They could be, nothing that other countries don't have, right? I mean, so these are new things, right? And where India can leapfrog and become dominant forces, right? It might require years of reverse engineering, like how, certain things has been produced. So I think there may have to be funding for reverse engineering also, right? I think so. Without taking too much of your time, since we are in the concluding session and everybody is waiting to hear Dr. Saraswat's comments, so I conclude my speech. I hope you all had a good stay and an intellectual, a session in these last 1.5 days, and I hope to see you again and again in our campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative and encouraging words. I would now like to request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to come forward and give his concluding remarks.
Namaskar, good afternoon, Dr. Devendra and all the distinguished participants to this workshop, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is a pleasure to be part of the concluding session. Unfortunately, I couldn't come yesterday while I wanted to. It was beyond my control because many times we are controlled in Delhi by authorities which are higher than NITI-AYOG. Anyway, I think this is the seventh workshop. This is the 7th workshop, and I have been part and parcel of all the 7 workshops. At least I have attended one day minimum. The kind of discourse that has happened all along, I am now finding that there is a lot of resonance. There's a lot of resonance. The same topic, same points are being brought out by various researchers from different fields. But today when I'm participating in a workshop in Northeast, I think there is a singularity. There's something very distinctly different as far as this region is concerned. Now, it's not that as a country we did not realize that Northeast is a difficult area to work on. That's why it's not today. It's for last many years. Government of India took decision to even start a Ministry of Northeast Development. There's something like donor, if I'm not wrong, Department of Northeastern Region. It's only in the last 10 years there have been, particularly under the leadership of our present Honorable Prime Minister, there has been a much larger focus on Northeastern activities. The fact is very clearly visible today that the number of institutions that have come up in the last 10 to 12 years is very large. The IITs, the ISERs, the NITs, and so on. So obviously there is a focus to bring science and technology growth, innovation in the northeastern region. But there is a small difference. We are trying to apply the same kind of approach, the methodology, which we are applying to other parts of this country. Not realizing the fact that northeastern region has some great difficulties in terms of terrain, connectivity, in terms of kind of underdevelopment which has been there, the border disputes, the kind of issues with respect to some social areas. I think it has its own problems. Somebody was talking about shifting cultivation, somebody was talking about connectivity, somebody was talking about it takes 2 hours to cover 100 kilometers and so on. All this is known. All this is very well known. It is also known that the state governments which have been there so far have not been able to spend enough money. And even before the donor and other things happen, there used to be a method of funding the various development projects in the northeastern region. At that funding mechanism was the 90% shall be paid by the government of India and 10% will be paid by the concerned state government. But unfortunately, even the 10% was not available. As a result, 90% was not given. This was the tragedy of our approach. So even when the 15th Finance Commission was going on, and by the time I had joined NITI-AYOG, I brought in this point that why are we worried about this 10%? Why can't we have complete 100% being given to this? This 10% is too small an amount. And if that 10% is not available, even 90% is not being given, then it becomes a tragedy because nothing happens. It's a multiplication by zero. So, but the committees, ministers group, all of them, some kind of a stalemate. No, there should be a stake of every state in that. Now the stake approach is there when we are talking of Maharashtra 50-50, 40-60, all these developed states where there is a possibility of getting that. But the state which has been not having the basic budget, how do we expect? The same thing applies today in the region of science and technology. The science and technology, what we are talking today with respect to northeastern region, is a much more difficult task. Because only on the recent past we have had some good institutions which have come up here. With the help, IIT Guwahati is how many years? 15 years now?
We are 30 years old.
30 years. So IIT Guwahati was probably the first major institution that took shape here. But even after 30 years of its existence today, we are not able to create what is called an ecosystem where IIT Guwahati can play a major role to bring in other institutions in the region together to work in a collaborative mode. There may be hundreds of reasons for that. I don't want to go into that. But the fact remains that if you nucleate an institution like IIT Guwahati, it should be able to have an influence on the other systems. We are talking of collaborative research, we are talking of cluster approach, we are talking of people that we should be able to make use of facilities from one institution to another institution. All these are all good suggestions. They are all. But the willingness to take initiatives by the concerned parent institution is very important. I have noticed this happening even in other areas. In recent past, we have started an approach called hub and spoke approach. Dr. Devendra mentioned about it. That was the first approach which was followed in the Indian Mission on Cyber Physical Systems, or DST. I was instrumental in preparing the DPR for that. And the idea of having a cluster, this hub and spoke approach also came from that report only. Now that happened in 2017 or so. Today we are about 8-year-old in that. We have taken enough reviews. And I find that the system has not worked well. You know why? Because the people who are responsible in the hub are people like you, the great professors, great academicians, and they are supposed to actually drive the agenda in the spokes. But most of the time they don't have either the time or the willingness to take this forward. The problem is cultural. The cultural problem is that as a professor, as a scientist, I'm also equally responsible for this kind of, because I've been a scientist throughout my life. We have a self-centered approach towards our work. And the self-centered approach leads to disconnect. Recently, we have applied the same formula in the National Quantum Mission. And not only we are having spokes, they are academic institutions, because we are also bringing the startup institutions which are working to be supported by a hub. And in the last 1 year, the number of complaints which I have received from the startups that such and such hub is not even listening to us, they are not even responding to our requirements. So we find the same thing what we complain about DST or DBT or these various science departments which are there for mismanaging the whole affair of grants, giving enough attention, releasing the fellowship, all those things what you have been discussing. The same thing we are repeating at the hub. In fact, that Professor Saab, who has been identified as the leader of the hub, has no time. He has no time to listen to that fellow. He sends a letter or a mail, he doesn't even respond to that. So there is something called willingness to amend, willingness to change. Now all this what we are talking today, we can always say it has to be changed by the government. I agree. What Professor Hajarika mentioned, very nice presentation last, quickly one or two slides which I give on GEM and the procurement procedure. I fully agree with you. This is a universal problem, not only in the science department, otherwise also, needs to be addressed by the government. And it has been highlighted enough to the extent that the GEM was sort of released as far as the science and technology and R&D thing was concerned. And we were very happy that at least our voice has been heard. But I'm given to understand by Dr. Vivek that there's another imposition that you have to get a no objection certificate from GEM that such an item is not available, then only you can follow the other guidelines. Now that again brings us to the zero scale. So these are the government issues which needs to be addressed by the government, GFR modifications and things like that. But the point which I mentioned about the management of hub and spoke is an issue which has to be done by us. So I always on this platform I've been saying, in the ease of doing business, there are two parts, external to you and internal to you. External are those which are done by the Department of Finance, Department of Science and Technology, by various ministries who are playing the role for disbursement of funds, monitoring, evaluation. AICT talked about NIRF and things like that. We know what are the kind of problems NIRF is having. In fact, it has become a racket. Some lady was there from AICT. It has become a great racket. The kind of corruption that has gone into NIRF ranking, particularly from these private institutions which have come into fore today, it has completely reduced it to 0-0. In fact, I don't even look at it, whether you are NRF 60 or 50, because I know it has lost its complete meaning. So let's talk of something which is more relevant. I want my country to say that in the world ranking, at least some universities, some IITs, some NITs, some institutions, at least we are in first 100. Can I have 1 or 2 Stanfords in my country? Can I have 1 or 2 Cambridge in my country? You know, that kind of a thing. Branding, as we call it. And that branding comes by quality. And that quality comes through the internal processes. So when I say external and internal, the internal processes also have to be amended. The processes what you are following today are very, very sluggish processes. There's no passion in that. There's so much of self-centeredness in that. There's so much of non-collaborative approach in that. All that has to go. And on top of that, I think there was one of the panelists who mentioned that, I think Mr. Kapoor, you mentioned that if the dean has a power of 2 crores, he is hesitant to sign even for 10,000. Now this is purely an internal strength what we have. I have handled in my life, as in 1970s or 80s, as a project director, I was given 150 crores. 150 crores in those days was a huge money. I never felt any difficulty in signing for my work centers. 10 crores, 3 crores, 2 crores, whatever they wanted. Of course, there was a mechanism. I set out a mechanism, a collegiate system I made out, which will look at the point with the needed or not needed and things like that. You know, system which will ensure transparency. That's all. And after that, I will sign. Now, why the dean, why the vice chancellor, why the other people are not able to create a system like that? It should be much more possible today because of the technology. We have huge technology available today. We don't have to be physically being present. We can send mails and give our views, and within 2 hours probably you can discuss what otherwise will take about a week. So my request to you is the internal also has to be amended in a big way. For example, everybody is complaining that in the northeastern region enough equipments are not available. Only few institutions like IIT and maybe a few NIT may have good equipment, whereas other universities do not have. I fully agree with you. Part of it is external, because the donor ministry, which is supposed to have funds for science, technology and education also, probably has not done its job properly. I don't know. In fact, today they are absent. That itself shows the kind of interest they should be showing in the development of science, technology and education in northeastern region. A workshop like this, there's nobody attending from donor ministry. It only shows that there's a lack of passion and interest as far as that ministry is concerned. Otherwise, no shortage of funds. In fact, there was a possibility about 3 years back when I was reviewing, they had enough extra funds and they were not able to give it to Trivedi ji, your professor. That professor Saab wanted for semiconductor some activity, some money, I don't remember now, 100 crore or 60 crore something. I went to donor, I said, because DST was not ready to give. I said, why don't you give from this fund? This is under this vertical, so from this vertical I cannot take it to that vertical, and hence I'll surrender this money. The money was surrendered to the government of India. Trivedi did not get it. This is called total despair, complete unconcern. Because the people who are managing that ministry, they have a different focus. Their focus is to look at social sector. Somebody complained about farmers and some members. Sir, There's so much focus of the donor ministry on the social sector that the most of the funds are spent only on these kind of activities. Social sector, you understand, health, agriculture, this, that, and things like that. But even there are concerns, there are complaints. Even there are complaints. But I'm talking of now science technology in the northeastern region. There's a method by which we can manage these things today. First of all the institutions where facilities are available, and the reason a clustered approach should be followed. IIT, NIT, IIIT, and some of the other central universities should become the kind of force to bring everybody together. They should open their doors for other universities, scientists and technologists to come and work and use their facilities. Government of India has already said that even departments like DRDO have been asked to open their gates for the startup companies. So why not to other institutions? Second thing is you have problem of travel. I agree, connectivity is poor. But electronics don't need the roads. We can have today good digital connectivity. And if you are in a position to manage your facilities in a more efficient manner, for example, if you've got an atomic force microscope or a scanning SEM or a TEM, whatever that some equipment you name, which is rare, it is not available in all universities, but some student wants for his material analysis or something he wants to use it, or nanotechnology he wants to use it. He should be able to download the sample to an email, his data, and your technician or your research associate who is in charge of that, he should be able to run that particular experiment for him and give him data. Maybe if the whole process needs about 10, 15 iterations, he may come for one iteration. But otherwise, most of it can be done. So the technology can be made use of for solving the problems of Northeast in a big way. Second thing is, I was telling Dr. Tiwari, you should create a similar cluster like Mohali has done. Mohali cluster was initiated by Dr. Sahani, late Sahani, who was the DG CSIR, where NIPER, NIT, IIIT, Chandigarh University, all the technical, and there's a good cluster there. They have created a cluster today of working together. They are running joint projects. They are allowing their scientists to go from one place to another place. They are bringing the industry in that region to work with them and open the doors for utilization of the facilities for everybody. So there is collaboration, there is communication, there is sharing, and there is partnership. Of course, rules and regulations have been laid out, how to share the IP, this, that, and all that. These are details, so it's not difficult. The whole purpose is that how to manage a situation when there is shortage of resources, but as somebody said, that all the resources are not occupied all the time. In fact, many of the very costly equipments, their percentage utilization, I think one of the panelists mentioned that, is very low. But if somebody wants to come and use it, we will raise two fingers. We'll have to say, no, we'll not. So this is another one. So Mohali cluster, Mohali kind of a model for Northeast will be very good. Third thing I would recommend for Northeast is, I'm not bringing in external now, because external certainly has to be improved. We have to give more funding. We have to bring in more human resources for bringing good scientists. But what we can do today, we should build a list of eminent scientists in the region of Northeast. Whether they are in university or in the college, at least bring all of them. And then identify based upon their expertise in these areas, what are the projects, what are the areas in which they would like to work. And then through this cluster approach, we can then approach the Department of Science and Technology, DBT or Earth Sciences and all that, that these are the group of scientists who will do this kind of a work and deliver this. So what Director IIT Guwahati was telling just a few minutes back, that is the one which will help you to attract that you are going to give something out of the research. Somebody talk of return on investment, somebody talk of tangibles, somebody talk of intangibles. But basically, we are looking for some output. There are a lot of basic research work which immediately does not show up in terms of return. But if I can get a paper in Nature from your basic research work, I will consider that is a good work. I will call it a tangible output. But if I'm getting a paper in a paid journal through some here and there startup process, which is what many of you are doing these days, I will not like it. That's not the approach for doing scientific research. IEEE journal you publish, I'll be very happy to see a IEEE thing. If the 5G network, what Professor mentioned just now, all the publications of IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, they went in, and all the norms which these people talked about were accepted by the international telecom community because they were backed by good sound research. The world also recognizes good research. But if your research is of poor quality, if it is based upon all kinds of factors, then you will never be a brand, you will never be another Stanford, and you will not get funds tomorrow. Because AICT talks of NIRF ranking आपको मिलेगा नहीं, and then as a result, DST will not give you the funds or DBT will not give you the funds. So it's a catch-22 situation. We have to do that. I think to end, I would like to say that externals have been discussed on these 7 workshops, and most of them are common here also. I will not dwell upon that. But the internals, which are very important, they can be done. And for that, there should be a meeting organized by Dr. Vivek along with some of the directors of various institutions here with the Ministry of Donor. And I would like to question them that what is the budget which donor identified for science, technology and innovation. Donor can identify for building roads or building dams or building some agriculture farm or building some educational institution also maybe. But there was a university vice chancellor Sahab who was telling that Nagaland, that they have built the building. Somebody, NITI-AYOG has given, I don't think NITI-AYOG would have given you money for building, but they don't have money for equipment now. Now this is the kind of a thing that needs to be supported through the donor network. Because while DST has got some provision for funding for capital equipment and things like that, but this is being hogged by most of these bigger institutions. In fact, if you look at today, this 0.65% of GDP, which we talk of investment in R&D, investment in S&T, the 95% of this 0.65 is hogged by majority of the IITs, NITs and things like that. Hardly, not even 5% or 10% of that flows into other. Even some of the central universities, they complain on the same lines. Central universities are supposed to be better. And forget about the funding going into the state universities. A state university question doesn't arise. First of all, their NIRF ranking is very poor. Second thing is they don't have the R&D culture. Third, S&T thing is not there. Majority of them are running because they are affiliated colleges and hence they get money from them and do only teaching. So research and development is partly a name. It is not an activity in many of the state universities. And I think Northeast is no exception because our analysis, which we did in NITI-AYOG, very clearly brought out that the state universities whom we had surveyed 110 universities barely have any R&D and S&T ecosystem. So that goes without saying. But Northeast is a combination. Here there are some central institutions and there are some state institutions. Some of them, these state institutions, can be supported by IITs, NITs and so on in terms of mentoring, in terms of allowing the equipment to be given, and in terms of human resource. That can be done. Why can't the IIT professor be an adjunct faculty in a university and contribute in terms of teaching? Is that possible? It's possible. Why can't same thing be done in different places? And maybe second thing is, I believe that from universities, from tier 2 or tier 3 universities, there should be a regular flow of interns who will come and work with other universities like IITs and NITs and so on. Why not? And let them not come for 1 week. Let them come for 3 months. Let them come for 4 months. Let them do something tangible. There used to be a program of the Department of Education, used to be called Quality Improvement Program, QIP program. I think many of you might have run that program. I was a student of IIT Madras at that time this was happening. Some of the QIP professors from Davidson universities used to come to IIT Madras and they used to attend classes along with me. So, why can't that be replicated here? So there are various methods by which the internal can play a major role in improving. For external, we have taken your views. We fully agree with whatever suggestions you have given. Improvement in all those aspects, whether it is procurement or funding or fellowship or giving grants in the time or procurement. You are not allowed to go from one head to another head. All that is known. It's absolutely very valid issues and they need to be attended to and they will be taken care of. But my request is, Northeast has to stand on its own feet. Enough. We have lived on what is called, no, we are Northeast. No. We have to come out from this Northeast syndrome. You are as good as any other state in this region. We shall support you, donor will support you, but you have to internally be strong. And collectively, your strength should be able to drive the agenda of growth in the Northeast region. S&T will flourish because good brains are there, good material ecosystem is there. For example, the kind of natural resources what we have today, enormous. I don't know, somebody was telling me that paper mills in Nagaland have been closed, paper mills in some other places, because bamboo is not. It's a joke. Northeast mein bamboo nahi hai to kahan pe hai? And they say paper mills have been closed because supply chain was a problem. Sir, I'm sorry to quote you, but I know I feel unhappy about it. It's purely an issue which is something to do with the internal supply chain, production and things like that. Tripura is full of bamboo. Arunachal Pradesh is full of bamboo. Every state, Assam is full of bamboo. Well, how can you say that you have a bamboo problem? So I think internal strength, intercollective wisdom, all that should be done. And I hope this workshop will give you all the necessary support. We assure you from NITI-AYOG that we will stand with you. We will bring donor, particularly by our discourse with them and along with you, so that the gaps are there in the case of funding and things like that, where should be given by donor. If they are not given, we should try to amend that. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your highly informative and knowledge-driven speech. We're truly blessed and honored to have heard from you. Your kind words shall keep reasoning in our mind forever, and we are again thankful for you to be here and to have shared your knowledge with us. Now, I would like to request Professor Shubhendra Shekhar Bag to come ahead and share a few words.
Respected Saraswat sir, respected director sir, Dr. Sanku Sare sir, respected panelists, delegates, all the VCs and directors of various universities and IITs, NITs, and my dear colleagues, staffs and students. The 2 days national workshop has concluded with immense learning, and we are committed to carrying forward the insights and knowledge gained here. Hope the NITI Ayog will take forward all of your suggestions to implement to the government to make easiness in the research and development processes such that researchers much more engage their knowledge and brain together for research only, not for the paperwork only. It has significantly benefited thus all the researchers all over the India one day. At this very outset, I, on behalf of IITG fraternity, take this liberty to express my sincere and heartfelt gratitude to Dr. V.K. Saraswat sir for taking time out from his busy schedule to be with us today. Sir, we are truly honored for your presence here and your inspiring motivational talk. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our esteemed director, sir, for entrusting me with the responsibility of ensuring this smooth conduct of this event. It has been an honor to take on this role, sir. I would also like to extend heartfelt thanks to the NITI Ayog team for giving IIT Guwahati the opportunity to host such a prestigious event. We are extremely delighted to host the event on our campus. IIT Guwahati is the leading institute of this region and facilitating, cooperating all the states through its facilities like central instrument facilities and other instrumental facilities. I would like to specially acknowledge all my team members, IITG administrations for their timely support in smooth conduct of this event. Finally, I would like to thank to the fellow faculty colleagues, staffs, student teams who have worked tirelessly day and night behind the scenes. Whether it was planning, coordination, logistics, hospitality, technical support, or publicity, they brought dedication, energy, and excellence to every task. Their contribution has truly been the backbone of this event success. They are my strength and my inspiration to organize such kind of events and make it up to this successful stage. At last, I would like to express, in line with this conference, in shortcuts vision of proud, a progressive utilization of resources fosters a socio-scientifically vibrant ecosystem by ensuring equitable access to basic necessities. This empowers individuals to realize their full potential and promotes systemic harmony between scientific advancement and social well-being. This paradigm promotes inclusive development, transcends exclusivity, and advances universal welfare. At last, hope this program will lead to a successful concluding commitment by the government side what the researchers need to uplift the country's scientific growth and development, to uplift the GDPs in such a way. Sarve Sukhina Bhavantu, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashantu, Nah Kaschisya Duksamapnuat, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Ashok A. Sankusari, Deputy Advisor SNT, to give his vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. This workshop on the ease of doing research has not just a discussion, it has been a definitive call to action, setting a clear agenda for how we can collectively address the challenges being faced by our scientific community and fostered a truly agile and innovation-driven research ecosystem. So as we draw to a close on this insightful event, it is my privilege and honor to deliver a vote of thanks to each and every one of you. Our deepest gratitude goes to Dr. V.K. Saraswat sir, Honorable Member NITI Ayog, for his presence and inspiring address. I must also thank Dr. Sangamitra Bandopadhyay, officiating director, Indian Institute of Statistical Institute, and also a member of PM Stack, and Dr. Vinita Shah, director, IIM Bodh Gaya, for their valuable suggestions for ease of doing research. Thank you, sir, and thank you, madam. We also extend our sincere thanks to all our distinguished moderator and panelists for of various technical sessions, sir and madams. Your deep dive into the topic like simplification of process, human resource management, breaking silos through collaborative research, that means the translation research, and strengthening industry academia linkages. If that provides the concrete pathway forward, the suggestions you shared will undoubtedly equip our research and the team from IIT Guwahati, whole team of IIT Guwahati and NITI-AYOG, team from NITI-AYOG, for ensuring that every technical and logistic details was managed flawlessly. Finally, and most importantly, I thank all of you, the institutional head, vice chancellors, professors, scientists, and policymakers who took time to participate in this event. Your thoughtful questions, spirited deliberation, and honest feedback were backbone of this particular workshop. It is our passion and dedication that will transform the policy recommendation made today into tangible reality tomorrow. Sirs and madam, the pathway to an ease of doing research is a continuous journey, and we are proud to have a walk significant distance together today. So once again, I thank you, all of you, for being here and making this event a great success. Looking forward to your continuous support and valuable suggestions for developing strategy roadmap for ease of doing this research for the country. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request our beloved director, Professor Devendra Jalihal, to come forward and felicitate Dr. V.K. Saraswat. May I now request Dr. V.K. Saraswat to felicitate the team IIT. This has been the request put forward. I'll be here. No. Yes, ma'am. No, we have one more felicitation. Yeah, yeah. Should I announce now? Yes. May I now request Professor Shubhendu Wag to felicitate Dr. Ashok A. Sangusari, Deputy Advisor, NITI Ayog. Now, we have concluded. Okay, what should I say? May I now request all the delegates and everyone present here to stand up for the national anthem in conclusion of the event.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Should I say yeah. Thank you everyone for your presence. I would now request everyone to proceed ahead for lunch. Lunch has been arranged at the dining area. Thank you so much.